keep sending me emails being like, hey, that mech you want, it's back in stock now. You know, you couldn't get it before. I'm like, stop it. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
I have too much. Oh, bleeding horror. Okay, Dorcas is already ready. What, oh friend, hello, hello. Dorcas, Alnus, come on in, friends, come on in. We were just talking about mini painting. And I was lamenting how new type basically have my number. They're like, oh, hey, well, hey, it's just me, your friendly email reminder that thing you wanted, it's back in stock. I'm like, stop it.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I've been clean, but I've still got the sea of stuff behind me.
Yeah.
And this big, beautiful bastard waiting to put together. Oh, what?
At least temporarily, for the D&D game in which I'm a player, I painted all of us minis. So that's my little standing character till I get my Hero Forge one. And then I've got, well, I guess you can't see this because they're black and white, but then I got both my other party members.
The downside of your aura of monochrome.
Yeah.
Compliment Cap, Final Phoenix, Watto, and Dorcas, it's not quite gone. Like, there's still a few boxes. We're still a ways away from being, like, 100% up to snuff, but it's getting better. It's getting better. Like, you can't see it, but there's at least some of the soundproofing foam up that way. And eventually, as I was telling Baron while we were having a little natter like this, right here is going to be the Gundam station. So I'm actually going to be able to build stuff on the regular and have it out. The goal eventually is, like, one, finish that fucking glowing bastard. But, like, be able to actually do airbrushing and stuff. Kisa, this is a pretty nice shirt.
Mine's got a hole in it. I'm really pissed. It's got a hole, like, right here in the collar.
Do you know...
Like, I'm going to take off my shirt and, like, grab, like, there.
Do you know Maximus Rake?
The name sounds familiar.
Time travel dude. He gives out, like, challenge coins instead of business cards at events. He's got, like a cyber helm thing.
Yeah,
Subs for the Memnal gods.
I think I've heard of them, but I have not actually met them.
AR, thank you kindly for 31 months, friend. Oh, and Wolfcrad, I want to say Renamon?
Renamon, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Formerly Shadow Wolf, formerly the Sandwich Hungers.
Oh, God, yeah. Do me a damage. You do me a damage.
Actually, Renamon is them trying to condense their names down across everything so they're the same. So that's what they're doing on everything else.
All right, well, then thank you. As there aren't too many things that I consider to be the banes of streaming full-time, but it is when you have friends that have a different Discord, Twitch, and Twitter name.
What ho, Vikings. Let's get out of this Goose Maze.
Let's get out of the Goose Maze. Well, let's spend more time in the Goose Maze. Maybe we'll find something awesome in the Goose Maze. And Lyris, what ho, friend. Hello, hello.
I only know this because Renamon is part of the Shadow League of DMs. The Shadow League of DM.
And Prolo, how are you doing, friend? Lexi, how goes it? It's just Prolo slamming the table, being like, Goose Maze, Goose Maze, Goose Maze.
Shadow League shirts. I might have to get Shadow League shirts made.
Well, this is one of those I just need more hours in the day. The possibility of the return of the merch. And if it works, then we'll have a way of doing it with alerts and good stuff.
Nice.
All right, well, I guess because a few of you... fingers crossed, touch wood. I'm aiming to have this all up and ready for long shit day. But
Goose Maze, Goose Maze.
Goose Maze, Goose Maze, it's a Goose Maze. Sorry, thank you.
I didn't even notice is the bit tracker actually working. It is, okay.
But not only a return to the good merch, not only some new stuff, but there is a possibility, there is a slim chance of Longshipian coffee being a thing that exists. And alongside Alnus, your friendly neighborhood Lucifer has not only thrown in for 33 months, not only been banging out the podcast cart, but has also taken the Earldom.
Oh shit! The devil is Jarl. That bodes well for this episode.
What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, right. So this is totally fine. This is fine. I'll be right back though. I need to go acquire more things to put into my face hole.
Don't worry, I've got
Longship coffee, yes.
And the devil is done. It was a short reign. It was an eventful reign. All hail Lyris Dragon. Yeah, that was a tactical strike there. Sorry, joking aside, Lyris, thank you for 1,000 bits, you feckin' legend. And all of you, how are you doing? Happy Saturday. Hope you're ready to roll some dice. The chest of Memnull artifacts has been found. We will be unfurling it. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. Gil's like, yes, chest girt. Oh, how are you all doing? Actually, sorry, I'm going to make the camera squiggly for a second because I think I need to just see how our robotical friend show view participants. I need to turn it up a little bit. It's playing some like ambient like moo, but it was I had it turned down a little bit. I think because when the quality was being all weird, it was getting a bit crackly. There we go. Sorry, friends, you have to see behind the curtain. I know, obviously, on my end, very professional operation. I don't want to break your immersion by showing you behind the scenes there. But yeah, how are you all doing, friends?
Oh, Will, what plans I have for you in this game?
Okay, there we go. My microphone decided to shit itself for a second.
Hooray!
Cause why not?
But Renmon, thank you kindly. And for good, ill, or otherwise, it's not going to be boring. Memnull has been a great many things over the multiple years it's been running, but it has never been dull.
Well, it's only been going for like 2 months. I don't know what you're talking about.
Still large.
So, today we are drinking this lovely Blueberry Sabbath.
Ooh.
It is a
Don't
wild
know what
aged...
noise that was I just made, and I'd like to formally apologise for it.
It's wild ale aged in wine barrels and fermented on 400 pounds of blueberries. I saw this in the store, I'm like...
That doesn't sound like it was actually made with, but like blueberries were just present in its... Like it was laid upon a bed of blueberries and crafted.
Kind of like how LaCroix is just... All the flavors are like, somebody cut an orange in the room where the LaCroix was made.
LaCroix tastes like charades. Sounds like blueberries.
Ooh, that is lovely.
Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass, friend.
It's a little bit sour, but not like overly. That is quite nice.
Oh, and Kisa, this is the League of DMs kicking ass once more. Kisa, just reminding everyone, you can still submit NPCs, locations, what you want for this campaign. If you'd like to come up with some characters, some places, as the story unfurls, Baron will pick from this grand master list, which is how we got like the Ghostly Guinea Pig Cafe. The Ghostly Guinea Pig Inn, which was amazing. A myriad of characters.
Just if you submit one during this camp or during the session, just like at me in chat because I have to refresh it for it to propagate properly. It doesn't live update, unfortunately.
Oh shit! Where are my fucking manners? Airhound train. Hey, so John Bacon, what ho, friend? Do not worry. I'll get you up to speed. Honestly, Sir John Bacon, of all the Memnull parts to join, this is probably the best one to kind of like jump on in and find your feeties.
Because we're in a pocket episode.
We're in a pocket
Because
dimension.
you're in a pocket dimension. Speaking of, I've actually been watching through War in the Pocket, which you recommended to me.
It's very good. It's very good.
I think I have 2 or 3 episodes left.
It's short, it's condensed, but oh boy.
Yeah.
And sorry, Wolfcrad, thank you for the 100 as well. George just adding. Wait, hang on. I'll come back to that one. Prolo is saying, I hope we've had anything as powerful as the Weeping Cock. The Weeping Cock was a special kind of something. That's
what I was thinking, Dorches. It's the DuckTales theme song. Also, thank you. Now I have the DuckTales theme song stuck in my head for the next week.
Cool.
You dick.
Okay, so Leonardo DiCaprio-san and a bunch of people are all like, oh, we have to inception an idea in someone's mind, and it's gonna be like a heist with all... No, just sing the fucking DuckTales theme. Done. What have you done? Inception. Wow. Life's like a hurricane. Wow. Duckburg. Wow. I'm just saying, it would have been a much simpler movie.
What was the... I was talking to someone the other day, and we realized that we could just say a single thing, and then it was if you could just say badger to someone, they will instantly have badger, mushroom stuck in their head for like a week.
The one that still hurts me to this day, and I know it's done the rounds on Vine and TikTok and everything, is the single note from the beginning of the Black Parade. Just that one, ding, and you can proc people with it. Sorry, here's me being all over the place. Friends, thank you for starting us off with a little train, y'all. Like,
yeah,
keeping my dumb ass going.
And as a reminder, these fun little things right here are hidden bit and sub goals. So if you hit certain things, stuff happens in game. Often pirates.
I mean, we're inside a pocket dimension. I feel this might be the only time where I can go like, I guess we'll be safe until we get out.
Are you will?
The playlist is being very strange.
Yeah, I'm resetting it.
Okay. There we go.
I just noticed that too.
Do you have volume controls on your end, or do I have to do it on my end?
I think that works.
There we go. Yeah, it's a nice little guitar.
This is the D&D Campfire playlist.
Aww.
Pocket pirates. I feel like that's got to be a thing. I'm gonna turn on incognito mode just in case.
What? Just in case of pocket pirates?
I could see that being like smut somehow.
It's a horrendous sexual term. Dorches, what have I said about giving Baron ideas?
Oh no, it's actually a children's book series. Okay, that makes me feel much better.
That's not bad. I'm still amazed that Pop-Up Pirate isn't a sexual maneuver.
It is if you try hard and believe in yourself.
Hey! Parlo's right. It's like Pocket Sand, but tiny pirates. Yar!
Just pockets.
Yar!
Yarr!
Oh. No, I will say, because, friends, we were talking about stuff and things before you all joined us. Baron did a blacksmithing class, and he was showing off his knife, which is fucking cool.
Yeah.
The knife of Saturn. But the thing that I wanted to highlight was what you were saying earlier about how the dude running the class was like, oh shit, is that a D&D shirt?
Yeah.
And like, it wasn't that long ago where D&D was still pretty fucking obscure.
Yeah.
Like,
and now, like, most people that you meet on the street at least know what it is. If not, have at least tried playing it.
Yeah, and they can recognize it from like the disambiguation of like the set of dice and things like that.
Yeah, it was literally this shirt, and it was so they're just abstract dice.
And I don't know, I guess I just wanted to celebrate that a bit.
Yeah.
Because
The nerds won.
yeah, we fucking did it. And it's been interesting because kind of like with video games and stuff like that, like your entry-level campaign can be as tropey and campy as you want. Like, you can play a murderous assassin or a horny bard or what have you. And it's then, like, as people get brought into, like, the bigger conversation, it gets more and more interesting, you know?
Yeah. It's been really bizarre being on the player side again, which you
broke
and also
the
huge
curse.
I think it helps that of the 4 people playing, 3 of us are DMs. That's the only way we were able to break the curse, is we got enough DMs in a room and a game just happened.
Ah, that's almost like kind of like a summoning power.
Yeah. No, it's the DM who's also playing a character in the party, because originally this was just going to be the 2 of us, and they needed, stopcaps. Myself, another DM, and then someone who hasn't played in like 5 years.
Way cool.
So.
Yeah, not so sturdy Kiwi. Surprise, Mother Hubbard, it's Memnol Live. What are you going to do? Roll for initiative. I never get to say that.
It's also very hard to not metagame as a DM. Because like we were fighting some skeletons, and in my head I'm like, okay, I know how much HP a base skeleton has. Like, but try not to like do that too much.
Yeah. It's kind of like playing video games after having worked on them. Like, it can be hard not to engage in like the meta knowledge you have.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just need to stop, breathe, do or drink something stupid, and just roll with it.
Yeah. I think in general I did a fairly good job of not metagaming. And I think one time I actually I rolled terribly, and so they gave me bad information. I'm like, yep, that's what my character thinks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, doing a lot of LARP stuff definitely helps with kind of like the IC knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Because like if you see someone walking to the shitter with their hand in the air, which means they're out of character, you can't be like, I have sensed that Legolas the poops a lot will not be with us on this quest. You gotta be like,
yeah.
I know where he fucking is, even though he's over there, like, just having the worst time of his life.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, cool. Random. It's because one of my favorite albums is the Renmon was saying that their IRL house gamer has just finished, and now the DM is a player in the new campaign, which is Lancer.
Nice.
I would love us to do Lancer at some point, but I feel like we need like cash for commissions. Like, okay, I don't feel like you have to commission an artist to play a tabletop game, but there's just something about Kill 6 Billion Demons world, and the fact that there's also mechs on top of it that's like, I'd want to have the green to go to an artist and be like, let's make something fun, you know?
Yeah, it's really funny because in our game, I do mini painting, and actually our DM also does mini painting, and so we're gonna have like the best painted tabletop ever. Michael is one of the players, so they're drawing their character, and I think they said they're gonna start working on ours once they're done with theirs. Like, we're just gonna have all the art for this tiny little IRL D&D game.
That sounds heckin' rad.
Yeah, actually one of the other people also does maps too, so like we're gonna have maps everywhere.
Oh, and Renmon was just mentioning that Lancer does have its own dedicated website for 2D model making.
Oh, nice.
Now, as a monstrous Kill 6 Billion Demon fan and a monstrous fan of giant robots, you better believe I've been on that site. Okay, sorry. This is one of those times where I worry that it's like me, Baron, and Renmon having a conversation over here, and the rest of you being like, the fuck is Will talking about? Alright, so, Kill 6 Billion Demons, a gloriously fresh, hella queer, super violent comic that you can read online, though there are physical editions which are very pretty, which is absolutely worth your time. The creator of that has two kind of spin-off projects. One of them is a competitive comics writing tactics RPG, and the other is called Lancer, and it's a tabletop system with a focus on giant robots and person-to-person combat, but in this gloriously different world. Yeah, I mean, feck, we're all on the internet right now. I can literally give you the link. All I have to do is put the letter K into my browser, and it brings up Kill 6 Billion Demons. Now, friends, I am going to give you the link to Chapter 1. Give it a page or two. Because the setup is a lass who's about to sleep with her boyfriend, and then he gets pulled through like 7 different dimensions. And currently, the latest page, I think, is the end of the story, or at least the end of the current big arc. So, yeah. No, AR, that's what I mean. Like, that's my browser. That's how often I go to it. Like, of every website, all I have to do is press K, and it's like, you want to go to Kill 6 Billion Demons. Like, if I type G, it's always gamesindustry.biz, because that's how I start my mornings. Anyway, give it a read. It's fucking great. I don't know. Is there a physical version of Lancer you can buy?
I think Drive-Thru RPG will actually print basically anything for you. So
Okay.
probably. That's how I got my copy of Stars Without Number, actually. Because
Yes.
it's technically out of print, but they'll just print anything.
I still think about the dude that wrote Stars Without Number.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, I went out on a complete feckin' limb a few years back when Memnol Season 1 was in full swing, and I emailed the guy who wrote Stars Without Number, and I was like, hey, my friend's a big fan, he's running a campaign, having a great time. I wondered, like, if I bought a book from you, would you sign it? He was like, nah, I'll just send you. Which one doesn't he have? And I was like,
Yeah.
But the thing is, as you all know, I like bringing interesting people on for, like, interviews and chats and hangouts, because, you know, we don't all get the chance to talk to someone who's designed a full tabletop system. And dude's like, yeah. But dude's like, no, I don't do interviews, I don't do social media stuff. And then his reasoning has stuck with me, which was, I want my art to speak for itself. And I was like, that's pretty metal.
Yeah. Actually, his new book is literally right here, because I was reading through it the other day. So yeah, Worlds Without Number, Kevin Crawford.
Woo! Oh,
It's a gorgeous book.
so Scooby, we'll do like a story intro in just a second, but this is Memory Equals Null. This is Baron's creation, and the premise is, I'm sorry to those of you who've heard this 1,000 times, but it's me and all of you lot playing Baron's campaign. So we have a character, we take it through, I get to talk to you lot, ask you what you think we should do, what we should be getting involved in, suggestions, snappy one-liners, and right now, we're stuck at a pocket dimension maze. So, like, honestly, if you've not seen any, like, this is the time to come on in.
Yeah, Prolo, I've had a working prototype of a rule set that I wrote that needs to be playtested for like 2 years. Because I don't want to do it over the internet, because the entire premise is it's designed to be simple enough that it can both be played and DM'd drunk.
Good old
So-
drunk and disorderly. One day, friend, one day.
Someday,
Someday.
when the world isn't on fire.
I could really go for that.
That'd be really nice. Not on fire would be a pleasant change of pace.
Oh, though it did, I was pondering it the other evening, looking at the sleeping demons, and just being like, if there was ever a time to get an animal that needed a lot of care, it's when you can't go anywhere.
Yeah. But yes, Renamon does point out, it's not only is it all of you playing as one character, so you're all playing together, but I also have the Shadow League of DMs. The Shadow League of DMs. Which is Renamon, Kisama, Ian Feathers, all DMing kind of in the background. They help a ton on the back end,
Well, see,
both with just like bookkeeping and making maps and all
well, I
that
guess
stuff.
the Scooby and people like these are the two tribes. See, I don't get to see any of the behind the scenes. I don't know what the Shadow League's planning. I don't know what they're making. I'm a player with you lot, so it's kind of like, you know, Baron's squad of shadowy figures, and then us trying to fumble our way through it. Now, in terms of the character, we're a ways into this campaign. The original premise, just like with Season 1, is that we start the campaign with a blank character sheet and just go. We have to work out through the world, through talking to people, through getting into mischief, who our character is, why they're there, and what's going on. Series 1 was a sci-fi campaign set in the Stars Without Number universe, and it was the continued adventures of Thick McRunfast.
Actually, now it's the concluded adventures of Thick Run Fast.
It is. It is. A glorious adventure, if ever there was.
Yeah.
And we got into a lot of mischief. If you want to give it a listen, Neighborhood Lucifer has done a podcastian cut of the adventures, which cuts out a lot of the hype trains and me stopping to explain things every 4 minutes. I'm not sorry. Yeah, J-Post, Hannah lived. Lizzie no.
I feel like that's almost a call and response for the long ship.
is.
Hannah lived, Hannah has died.
Only fucking just, though.
Also, out of everyone, only Dorcas got the spelling correct. Which makes sense considering Dorcas does most of the note taking.
Yeah, and
Which I appreciate, by the way.
Yeah, if I haven't said recently, like, thank you so much. So yeah, that's Memory Equals Null. It's a feckin' grand adventure. Now, in Season 2, new character, new world. So, I feel like... that thought has dropped entirely out of my head. Good work, Will. Maybe I should start unpacking the box of goodies now. When we started this campaign, alongside with this blank character sheet, I got given this. Like an actual box of props, and it's so fucking cool.
Etsy's a dangerous place when you're a DM.
I'm still... sorry. I have people's Christmas present locked in. Now I just need the money to be able to buy them. Fuck you, Christmas holidays this year, you bastard.
Yeah.
But every time I go to have a look at things, the amount of stuff, it's like, hey, Will, I see you're looking for other people, but what about this for yourself? I'm like, Etsy, no! Etsy, this is gift giving. Don't you dare.
Oh, speaking of physical props, I just got and have not fully fleshed out yet. Since in my game that I'm a player, I'm a wizard, I bought myself a spell book. So it's actually gonna have like my spells written out in it, as well as I'm gonna turn the first couple pages into my character sheet.
Yeah, what kind of nerd would have a book of spells?
I know, right?
It's me. I got given one for this campaign, and it's fucking cool.
Yeah. Physical props, what a loser, right?
Cuddles box. We didn't have the box with us last week, so...
Also, what all spells do you have so I can add them to your character sheet for you? Because some of them you only have in your the physical book.
I need to add some of the ones that aren't in the physical book to this one. Because it's worth saying, friends, that Emblin's got a few fun quirks that are non-standard. Oh, I almost... God, here's me being terrible at pitching. So yeah, so to those of you who are joining us for the first time, this is Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. The current hotness. It's so hot right now. Famous people play it.
There's a new book coming out soon.
Ooh. I only know this because, again, TikTok keeps informing me, don't fuck him, he's a bad guy. That was when I found out about the new D&D book. Was people pointing to the cover and going, "Don't have sex with this guy. He's a villain." Internet's weird.
Yeah.
LeJax, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. Etsy is a glorious money sink. What stops me from ruining myself on there is that, honestly, I just go on there to buy stuff for people. Alright, so while you're all getting set up, friends, if you want to make yourself a cup of tea, fix a drink, make a bevy, we'll be kicking off on the hour, so you got like 20 minutes. So we've got Thaumaturgy. Hey, I said it right the first time.
Yeah.
On the back for Will. Create Bonfire.
Okay, that's one's not in your book. One second. Is it just called Bonfire?
Maybe?
Oh, do we not have the compendium that that's in? I swear I do.
There's officially too much junk on my desk.
What, Oh, it's not Wizard, it's Warlock. Sorry, I'm missing like one book on Roll20 that I don't own, and I think it's in that.
Okay, so Dortch saying the new book is an elemental evil player's companion. Okay.
Oh, that's not what I'm thinking of then. I was thinking of Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse.
Oh. Also, don't fuck those. Alnus was just adding that it's only correctly pronounced Thaumaturgy if you start with Ermagerd.
Thaumaturgy.
I have an absolute highbrow of humour today, friends, as you can see. Redmon with, I think you mean the Monster Boyfriend book? Joking aside, that is actually a supplementary material book for the Chuck Tingle role-playing game.
Which I also have. Thanks to Will.
I promise I don't keep bringing up stuff so I can reference gifts I've gotten you.
Why don't I have... Okay, so I will have to manually add Create Bonfire in here at some point.
Oh, yeah.
I guess I did.
That Prolo, I'm happy to be the person to inform you of. There is a Chuck Tingle role-playing game. And I forget what the additional books are called. Alright, hang on, I gotta look this up. Because I want to make sure I'm getting the names right.
Also, if you don't already, do yourself a favor and follow Chuck Tingle on Twitter.
You deserve that. Okay, so yeah, the Tingleverse is the source. Then there's the... What have we got? We've got... Oh yeah, the Tingleverse Monster Guide. Oh yes, and the Living Objects Handbook, which allows you to... You know what? I'm not saying that out loud. You're in for a treat. Though, I will say, the Tingleverse The Void campaign setting gets a bit dark. Like, considering the rest.
Action, range, 60 feet, target. That's it, area. Material, concentration? It is not. Oh, it is concentration. Ta-da! Okay, now you have to create bonfire. There you go.
Woohoo!
Alright, so what are the other ones?
So after that, I did notice that, so I've got Eldritch Blast, but you tweaked Emberlins to be fire, not necrotic, so I've been doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Because Emberlin's all about setting shit on fire. We got Hex, that's on there. Burning Hands, that's definitely on there. Huh, that's weird. The bookmark's just on Burning Hands. I wonder why that is. Set shit on fire.
It's like the thing you use the most.
Yeah. Oh, and Lawrence, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. Baron, did you get a chance to actually look at the Tingleverse like rule set and stuff?
Not yet. It's on my backlog.
I mean, no.
I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books sitting above me that I need to read through.
Oh, feckin' yo. Sorry, I just so those are the only spells back in here. I do need to add the new spells. That's been on my task list. But I just remember from the back the note. We must descend into Tinelu, which is where we were headed before we got captured by a trickster god and thrown into a Goose Maze. Fucking Goose Maze. I kid, I fucking love the Goose Maze. Alright. Props aplenty. Let's turn this light on.
Bro, when people talk about gay crimes, they mean arson.
Because it's fire.
I'm really sad it's broken, but I randomly on the street found this, what was a pin at some point. But the pin got broken off, which is, I assume, why I was on the street. But it says, be gay, do space crimes.
Absolutely. But interrupting your gay space crimes was J-Post being like, ba 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 ba. J-Post, fucking thank you, friend. You managed to get Kenji Daru, Snoo Sparks, that's a great name, Hero and the Bird, Nalroth, and Geratinium, who I believe is New Peoples. Space Arson in 3D. No, seriously, J-Post, fucking thank you, y'all.
Which does put us up over 400 subs for Season 2, which is, I believe, what they were referring to.
Oh, okay. It all comes together now. It all comes together. Fucking yo. J-Post, sincerely thank you, friend.
Space arson, or Spartan, if you will.
Damn it! A few seconds later, a few seconds earlier, that would have been a spit take. Oh, fucking yo!
Kisa just daydreamed, gay space pirates campaign. Kisa, stop giving me ideas for campaigns. I don't have enough time.
And yet. And just as I click the tweet button, I realize I spelt goose wrong. It's a Goose Maze today. Apparently, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I used to be a professional, friends. Consummate. Oh, lordy, lordy.
Kyle has no right to be as funny as he is.
On the plus side, I might have broken Twitter.
GG.
GG no room.
And then Moose with, okay, but space pirates campaign.
Ha!
By pirates.
Bravo! Oh yeah, I think I super broke shit.
Womp womp.
Womp womp. Good work, me. Yeah, no, I done broke it. That's what I try. That's what I get for trying to be fucking productive.
Oh my god. Sorry, I just stumbled across somebody retweeting a leather face mask for, like, you know, protecting it getting the bad. But it's an alien face hugger.
God. I've seen some people who've made sleep apnea masks, which are themselves like face huggers, and it's horrifying. Honestly.
If it wasn't $205, I would instantly buy this.
That's haunting.
Yeah. Oh god, the darker one is somehow even more terrifying. Oh, okay, closing.
You've gone down a dark path.
Now Etsy's gonna be like, oh, I see you like Eldritch Horror.
I know where that rabbit hole goes. And Clank, what, ho friend? Hello, hello. Oh, if anyone hasn't had a proper hello from me, let me know, because it's not been intentional. Oh.
By the way, it's really weird. I was trying to check something on the VODs, and so I went back through and checked like the past VODs, and it's really bizarre to watch my beard get longer every episode, like just into the thumbnails.
It's, you know what is very unsettling is looking back at like season 1 us.
Yeah.
It's weird.
My phone does that thing where it like does face detection and then sorts them and like, oh, here's photos all containing like Will or all containing like Lucifer or whatever. And it has now categorized old me and new me as different people. Because I look so much different. But it's a little unsettling.
Okie dokie. Alright. So what I'm not going to do is attach the big fanciful video this time, because for some reason Twitter went... I'm just going to put the map up. That's always a nice little... Haven't used that for a picture for a while. There we go. I did a tweet! I didn't fuck it up this time!
Oh my god.
I know, shocking. Shocking. That's a pity.
Oh look. I've got a notification. I wonder who that could be.
Le gasp! No, I've been asking the crew to help me out with gaming the system recently, and they've been lovely about it. Basically, because if for those of you who don't know, the varying algorithms of the internet are usually vehemently stacked against anything that's not about them. So if you post on Twitter stuff that links away from Twitter, Twitter's like, no, I don't want to show you the link.
That's why I've started doing the link in bio thing.
Yeah,
so.
well, which is now also getting choked.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So what I've been doing is asking these lovely Mother Hubbards to be like, yo, if you can just like and retweet, even if you've only got like 2 people, it tricks Twitter into thinking we're saying something very interesting.
Yeah.
It's like, I get around you. And especially for stuff that I think, like, you know, friendos that don't really interact with us on the regular would be, like, down for having a go at. Lizzie has commented a nice thing on the post. Why do I feel like 50% of that is a true statement? Let's have a look. Wild shock.
He's a treasure.
He is. I also, I need more hours in the day. I really do. There's a possibility that the Picard Vineyard wine is back in stock. So that's going to be my my goal this evening, to see if I can acquire it. For a gift, not for myself. But it was sold out for ages.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I keep talking about my campaign like a fucking nerd.
Yeah, you
I told you
dork.
this, but I did.
How very dare you tell us about Dungeons and Dragons, you bastard!
My character, his family, who has disowned him, by the way.
The character or the person?
The character's parents disowned him because they're not a fan of magic, and he's a wizard. So, but he comes from the Weinrot Vintnery, which is basically the PBR of wine. They're surrounded by all of these elven wineries, and they couldn't keep up or compete with them because they're just too good. And so instead they make really shit wine and then distill it. And so it's just really cheap, incredibly alcoholic wine.
Oh no, that sounds like something that I would hate.
Yep.
But I love the idea that it's like all these these elves that live for centuries crafting these fine wines, and these guys are like, if we can't beat them, let's outproof them.
Basically. We've
Yes.
got tiny legs, we can't keep up.
Yes, they have fancy wines in long, slender, overly expensive glass bottles, but this is flammable.
Highly so. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, Will, if you ever want your beard to grow like absolutely crazy, biotin oil, holy crap. It's cheap as hell, and like my beard has doubled in length since I started using it.
My eternal struggle is getting it to that point where it looks like a regular beard that humans would have on their face, whilst not looking like I've been living up a tree for 3 weeks. There's this biting point for like 2 or 3 days. My beard looks amazing, and then suddenly it's like, oh, no mercy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Gelatinous cube wine because life's too short.
Don't drink the cube. I'm gonna drink the cube.
I'm gonna drink the cube.
Oh, lordy. So yeah, friendos, we're gonna be kicking off in about like 5 or 8. Well, technically 8 minutes, about 5 minutes. So if any of you want to go grab a snack, want to get some water, get stocked up, now's the time. I've still got a cup and change worth of coffee. I have the myriad of props, and I guess for those of you who are joining us for the first time, like, I wish you could have seen the joy in my face as everything kind of got unpacked. So, like, I guess the medallion came later, but I'll show you anyway. So, check this out. Look how feckin' cool that is. It gets lovingly wrapped up in the same, like, mini cloth. I have 2 healing potions, which technically in-game I've now used, but 2 glass vials with exactly the right dice to roll for a healing potion, which is fucking cool. A pouch of multitude of nondescript coins from varying parts of the realm. So I'm ready to go. If you all want to get a pint in later, I'm paying. And then promptly getting thrown out of our local pub. And the pièce de résistance, an actual tome for actual spells. Now, my shitty lighting right now does not do this justice, but, like, it is ready to go. Decoding the pages in Infernal was a lot of fun.
Draconic, not Infernal.
Draconic, sorry, my apologies. I guess I should say, if we're talking about the true pièce de résistance, again, doesn't show up great on my shiny lighting setup right now, but a hero print mini of the character who would become Emberlyn Burns. Pistol in one hand, tankard in the other. Goes side by side with little Thigma run fast there.
I have so many friends that are like, I have minis, will you paint them? I'm like, yes, give me all of the minis to paint. It's addicting.
Usually most people have the other problem. I have too many minis and no time.
Yeah. I have a box of like a dozen or so I need to paint.
Yeah, actually...
Actually, someone just gave me, they apparently made like 2 of them, but they gave me a box of the Lord of the Rings orcs.
Oh, cool.
Which actually require assembly. So you can like choose where their arms are, like if they're like weapons down or weapons up, or...
Lizzie, well, the idea of getting a Hex Mini is amazing. Money's tight. Money is very tight and is probably going to be for a while. But who knows? Maybe that can be like our little like celebratory cap on the end of this season. Why is the lighting shite today? There we go. A little bit more. Oh, actually, Baron, before we get started proper, I wanted to cordially invite you. So we're going to be doing like a paint and a build challenge. It is Gundams, which I know is a tad larger, but it'll be the action figure size ones, not the big bastards.
Yeah.
We are going to do a G Gundam tournament to decide the winner of the games industry.
I do that. I need to find a mini, or a mini model.
Well, so the way it works is we're going to do a draw. You'll be assigned a studio or a company, and you make and paint a Gundam around that, and then we'll just do it as like a fun knockout tournament. So it's less like who makes the best thing. It's more like let's all make a thing together and have fun. But I'm looking forward to it. I am. Plus, E3's proper going. I can't see him being able to bring it back after all this. So, we need a new way to decide who's going to win the games industry. Like, how can we do it without the formal context that is Phil Spencer's yelling at stuff? Hopefully in the next like a week or two, I've got some friendos that are going to help with the reworking the lighting in here and stuff like that.
Yeah. These LED panel lights that I use are great, and they're like $20.
Yeah. It's just been time for setup. Like I've been saying, is the most coherent and human I am is when I get to hang out with all of you lot here on the internet. Like I finished stream and then it's like look after dogs and animals and cleaning until they're all asleep, and then I get to like do stuff. And the idea of like bagging stuff into walls at 2 o'clock in the morning is probably not optimal.
Not advisable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. But so Wraith was like, who's gonna win the games money? Who's got the most cash? I just think the premise of G Gundam, but the games industry. Each games company rising up into space to become its own colony. But then who rules them all? There's only one way to decide it. A knockout tournament. And Vanderbeest, what ho friend? Hello, hello. But yeah, so sorry, Baron. It'll be a draw of characters. Oh, sorry, I should say a draw of fake games industry nations, and then you just paint a mini around it and go from there.
Yeah. Might be down for that. When is that?
The draw won't be till next month, and then the actual event, like the due date, will be when E3 would have been. So everyone's gonna have months to work on it. But there's no skill limit. You don't have to do anything very specific. And what I'm recommending to people who might be getting into this for the first try is get one of these little guys. These are like $7 from Target. They're like entry grade Gundams. So you can just start with this little guy and then, kit bash, customize, paint, go for it.
Fair enough.
I'd be right fancy. The challenging thing is going to be deciding what are the different nations. Because, you've got, Xbox and PlayStation as nations, but then, what does Annapurna look like? You know what I mean? What does Devolver look like? Which entities are strong enough to be considered nations in this world? I've obviously not been thinking about this too much. All right, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Woo! I think we are ready to get this party started. No, he's not! Fuck off, Baron! Sorry, I brought up Roll20 just to get us started, and just a big black and red sign says, Hex has died. No, no, no. I keep forgetting which side you're on when we do this. No! Prolo with Square Enix, so many anime boys. Now, you know what you could do for Square Enix? Oh. Let's go! Big shield, decal of pretty boys. Just saying. Just saying. Zeke's saying that I should draw a picture of Baron and stick it on the wall. I should. But it's right where the window is, which I'm not having a good time with.
I'll just send you a framed photo of me going... Just stick it to the window.
That's a true present. Oh, I don't know how I'm gonna top the feckin' signed Wick Dev. I'm gonna try though. I'm gonna try. All right. Before I get too off into the feckin', I was about to say away with the fairies, but we're actually gonna be away with the geese. So, shall we begin?
I believe we shall.
All right. Silence the bard. All right, friends. Without further ado, it is time for memory equals null. Let's... Hey! It's Memno!
It's Memno!
Oh, no, that's the wrong button. I was almost perfect! Shit! No, that's my face. There we go! Hooray! A goose! Okay. Individuals of all possible persuasions. We are up to episode 13 of The Tale of Emberlyn Burns, Memory Equals Null, Season 2. Baron von Sheepington III, would you give us the story so far?
I will. Also, if you want to update the title, this episode's title is The Middle of Everywhere.
It should be updated.
Oh, it just did for me. So, the story thus far. Quick, broad strokes. Emberlyn Burns, who's the herald of one of the new gods, which is, you now know, is actually one of the old gods, the Queen of Embers, was tasked simply with go forth and tell the world that she is here. That's it. has gotten themselves into a bunch of mischief, talked with, and varying degrees pissed off multiple gods, which you later found out was actually just one god, the trickster god, who is basically trying to start all of the wars.
Yeah, we've been fucked with something chronic.
You begun your quest to awaken all of the old gods, which was later given by your queen. You started a war on Earth, a war in heaven, a war in hell, and you are currently, after doing the reveal of haha, I tricked you. The goddess of trickery, Dalpha, has thrown you into an ever-changing labyrinth, which is a bunch of rooms that every time you open and close one of the doors, the room on the other side randomizes, and each one requires you to do something to get to the other side or unlock the door or whatever. And so you have to figure out what that room's shtick is. There was a jar of cookies, which you thought were chocolate chip. They were in fact oatmeal raisin.
Betrayal!
There was a box that you stuck your hand on, and it gave you a weird memory. Actually, I can just bring it over to the little map you were making.
Yay! What we were doing throughout our run, if you can see here, is we've been jamming the doors open. Because every time you open and close a door, the maze shifts. By jamming these doors in, jamming these doors open, we've been able to kind of construct it. We made it as far as slap fight. Slap fight, slap fight.
Slap fight, slap fight. You did actually go into the next room, which is where you found Lanny, your wizard friend from episode 1, who was in a room that was like a cave, just curled up crying in a corner, basically, because he's apparently been trapped in here for what seems like years, even though you've just seen him a month ago.
Yeah, he's not been having a good time. Time is wibbly wobbly in here.
Yep. You never need to sleep. You never need to eat. Everything is just kind of illuminated constantly, even though there's no light sources. It just, physics and time and everything is just weird in here.
Yeah.
You also found one of the old gods who was trapped in this maze, who is currently hitchhiking in your axe.
Yeah, as you do. We're supposed to be waking them up. Details and details. So, here's what you need to know. This little flamey over here, that's what we kind of deemed our home base. We found a cute little baby dragon that was kind of hanging out there. Some notes from Lanny that Lanny had written, I guess, to keep themselves sane before they got lost. On the other side is the goose. We have not gone past the goose. We have not threatened the goose. Why?
It is just a 10 by 10 foot room with a goose sitting in the middle.
I'm not fucking with the goose. Okay, so we had the forest where we found the old god. Like a little pocket forest, which is where we're making our door jams. The cookies. I forget what mimic box was.
It was the mimic check box, where it was just a chest that was empty with a note in it that just said mimic check.
Yeah. Then memory, weird orb, the Stanley Parable room, where we had to just follow the yellow line around. And yes, we did do the Stanley Parable moment. I can't remember if someone clipped that, because that was a great time. Room full of a shit ton of swords, which I think we left a knife in there, didn't we?
No, you didn't, but you did crit fail and then some trying to leave one of your knives because you thought that was what you needed to do, and you chipped the blade off of Good Faith.
Oh, yes. Gonna have to apologize for that later. And then slap fight, where we had to slap fight an orc, and we kind of hexed him a little and he didn't notice. So we won slap fight, but, wasn't...
Kind of cheated.
Yeah, a little bit. Look, with the Herald of the Queen of Embers, not the Herald of the do-goody and be serious paragons of goodness. So, this is where we find ourselves.
I forget, I think you closed the door to the last room you were in because the door to go forward was on the other side of a small lake, and you were just like, nope.
Yeah, and also the door to go in was a weird, mirage, if you will.
Yeah, the door just, vanished, and you had to, look at it from the right angle to see it.
Oh, yes. The Rickroll room. Fuck, which one was that one?
You closed that one.
Yeah, we fucking closed that one. Fuck that room. Oh, Compliment Cap's just grinning quietly over there. Was this you? Was this one of your creations?
I believe it was.
Okay. So I believe we'd head back. We'd gone back with Lanny to. We'd gone back with Lanny to the little home base room, and then we were trying to decide. Now, as I said, we've got the goose room on the other side. We've tried talking to the goose. It's calm until you take even so much as a step into the room. Now, looking at our setup, we got pretty far into the maze. I'm wondering, friends, if we want to get rid of the cookie room and most of this setup together, keep the forest, and start heading through. I'm not ready to fight a goose. Like, I'm not ready to die.
Oh, I need to restart the music.
So, thoughts, feelings, plans, strategies. What do we want to do?
Yeah, Lanny revealed that he had stashed a bottle of wine, so you were both just chilling in the study, drinking wine.
Yeah.
And Lanny revealed that at least he named the dragon Crumpet.
Oh, Crumpet the dragon. I forgot about that. The dragon's called Crumpet. You gotta admit, that's cute.
Crumpet the pseudo dragon.
Prolo, that's not a bad shout. At least Lanny's theory is that there is one room with 3 doors in. That might be the key to getting out of here. So, it's not a bad shout.
George is screaming at me. It's a cat dragon, Baron. How many times do we have to keep telling you?
Lyris is suggesting, what if we just open the door on the other side of Slap Fight? While not a bad shout, I'm just... Anytime we need to continue in this maze, we've got to go through a lot of stuff which doesn't offer us too much. And that's why I'm thinking, like, we could use the cookie room as an airlock, even though it's filled with the most disappointing cookies imaginable. Or the forest ends up being our airlock. Do you know what I mean? Because in theory, and this is Will's theory, if we close the cookie room door, these rooms stay together. They can't shift, but they shift around somewhere else in the maze. So they stay kind of like locked in. That way, if we see Cookie Room or Slap Fight, we know we've locked in a bunch of rooms. Do you see my theory? We're basically building these rooms into a big old Lego brick.
Yeah, you're building chunks that you can then eliminate.
So rather than dealing with shit tons of teeny tiny single rooms with lots of shenanigans in, we'd be dealing with... We'd basically have taken these ones kind of off the board.
That's also assuming that the rooms would stay locked open once you were not able to perceive them. So it's kind of...
Let me have this. Let me have this.
Schrodinger's maze. Like,
we won't know until we see him again. But...
you also know that you're not the only people in here.
I mean, yeah, we met Slap Fight Guy.
And Lanny.
Yes. Well, so we met the old god, the old god got tricked old school, who was offered the infinite hunt, was offered an eternal hunting ground to stalk and catch prey, which turned out to be this little mini forest inside this pocket dimension. So they feel like they got properly done over.
Yeah, so all they've been hunting is other people trapped in this, and they got tired of it because they're all, like, insane by the time that they get to him.
Yeah. So, we're just going to let him loose up top. What's the worst that can happen? Well, see, Orchazini, right now, I see nothing to believe that Trix the God is fecking with us directly. We're not here to be toyed with. We're here to be taken off the board. We've done our job. And now the Trickster God needs to make sure we don't undo any of the shit that we've set into motion. That we're not there to stop wars kicking off. We're not there to, contact what few deities we have access to. Excuse me. We're being taken off the board here in our own tiny board. All right, okay. Do you know what I'm saying? The analogy doesn't work.
Yeah. Basically, she said, you've done what I needed you to do, and now I'm putting you somewhere where you can't mess any of my plans up.
Yeah. So long.
But also didn't want to kill you for some reason. So.
Yeah, I'm just gonna not think about that too hard right now. I mean, I guess it's either more hilarious to throw us into an infinite maze, or we might have use later when we're loopy bananas from being stuck in here for an eternity. Ray says we can test the block theory with fewer rooms. That way, if it doesn't work, we won't have lost all the rooms we've mapped so far. That's not a bad shout. We just got to go back through to Slap Fight before we give it a shot. I mean, we haven't tried contacting the Queen of Embers. I have a feeling it's not going to work, but we do have a fire. Like I said, I have a feeling it's not going to work, but we do have that option. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and AI, you got a good point. Losing rooms does have no downside for us. Like, if we lose the cookie room, what have we lost? Oatmeal raisin cookies. If we lose the study... No. Excuse me. I'm so sorry, friend.
Oh no, if you find the cookie room again, you just have to eat another cookie.
However will we cope? But yeah, losing the study and the forest would suck. Because the forest currently provides us with, like, raw materials for building stuff. And the study is an actual place to spend time. The goose room? I don't know. I feel if we get rid of the goose, we're going to regret it. I don't know why. I've just got that kind of... I'd rather know where the goose is. Do you know what I mean? So, thoughts, feels, ideas. This is our game together. And if you've got any questions, like if this is your first time joining us from Null, just ask, y'all. Like, I'm sorry all the regulars have had to hear this literally every episode, but like, I love Dungeons and Dragons. I love tabletop games. And I love playing them. But one of the things I love about streaming is being able to talk with a group of people, being able to hang out with everybody. And I've never been a fan of the stream of watching a group of people playing D&D in reverent silence. I want to be able to heckle. I want to yell things from the sides, you know? And so, yeah, that's how Baron came up with this whole concept, and it's been feckin' great. Alna's saying a goose in the hand is worth two in the bush. I think you're confusing a well-known saying about the acquisition of valuable items with the scene from Jurassic Park where the guy gets eaten by a velociraptor. It's never the goose you see.
But they also point out, but having a goose in the hand is pretty feckin' painful.
Yeah. Little bastards. Yeah. As Frollo also points out, if the goose is out of sight, it goes on the hunt. Okay. So, Dorch is suggesting having to go through the adventure line in the Forest of Blades and Slapfight again would be trivial. So let's close the door between the Orb Room and the adventure line. Yeah, as much as I did love the Stanley Parable moment. Because the Memory Room's pretty simple, Mimic Room's pretty simple, and, in fact, what was Orb Room again? Was that where we got... No, because we closed the Ritual
That's
Room.
where you... It was a stone, I believe, table with like runes around it and an orb in the middle, and you put your hands on either side, and it gave you visions of like the outside world. But written on the wall, like seemingly in blood, was written "Half-truths seed the deepest fears."
And it was people we knew in trouble, people we knew getting into scraps and fights. But no,
Yeah.
I choose to believe in our friends. I mean, it's Hex. I believe in Hex.
You saw Mina seemingly summoning the Hounds of War. You saw
yes.
Hex get eaten by Leviathan. You saw the priest from the very first episode in prison being tortured.
You ever seen a mimic eat its way out of a Leviathan? Because we're about to. Okay, now the one thing that people have asked a lot is, how does the goose feel about the cookies? So,
Okay. Well, you all decide what you're going to do. I'm going to grab another drink because this one's empty.
Go for it. So,
You're
guys, I tell you what. We're going to close the door to the Stanley Parable room for the orb, and then we're going to start opening some new doors from there. But Wolfcrad, we'll throw a cookie to the goose later and see what happens. But remember, it is whatever the person finds to be the most disappointing cookie. So it's not just oatmeal raisin cookies. It's whatever you would think would be the most disappointing thing to bite into. Not the worst, but the most disappointing. Hey! Harmonious Watto friend!
I really just need to get like a little mini fridge right here that just has beer in it. I know the fridge is just right over there, but
it's so far away.
It's like 4 whole steps, Will.
Alright. So, having attempted to kill a bottle of wine with Lanny, having taken, I guess, the closest thing one can to a rest in this world, with a renewed sense of purpose, Emblin stands off, dusts off what I assume is now dried mud from the slap fight, turns about heel, and walks out into the forest room. We're going to be heading to Orb to close the door between Orb and Stanley, so we're heading to here.
Okay. Sorry, since you took a rest, I'm just making sure you refreshed your...
Oh. Thank you!
Your spells and everything. Okay. Yep, okay. So you're back up to full health, you have all your spells, all that shenanigans.
We don't recover hit dice, though, do we? We need to do a proper rest for that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
To recover hit dice, you have to do a full rest, and then you get half of your total hit dice back.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're heading towards the orb room to close the door between there and Stanley.
Okay. So yeah, you walk through the cookie room. There's still a jar of cookies. You walk through the not a mimic room. The chest is still sitting there, with a bullet hole in it now, open.
It knows what it did.
You walk past the box that has the weird hole in it that you stuck your hand in and got a weird memory. You walk past the orb. It is still sitting there.
Is it glowing, or is it just back to being inert?
It's back to being inert. It wasn't glowing until you put your hands on the other side.
Interesting.
Let's go with this playlist. Yeah. Okay, so you're closing the door between the orb room and the Stanley room?
Yes.
Okay. Oops. Just gonna move it down here for now. So you take the stick out of the door. Lanny has followed suit.
Okay.
Like he saw you get up, I was like, oh, okay. And gets up and follows you. You notice this time the pseudo dragon Crumpet actually does come with. It's now sitting on Lanny's shoulders.
Oh, okay. All right, dragon friend. All right. I look to Lanny. I look to Crumpet. I give them a knowing nod, as if somehow I know what's going to be on the other side of the door, despite having no feckin' clue. And I open the door.
All right, you open the door, and you're presented with a room that is perfectly carved stone walls once again. In the center of it, there is a giant golem or mech, seemingly made out of metal. That is currently down on one knee, holding up the ceiling, Atlas style, holding the ceiling up. The ceiling is lower than most of the other rooms. You notice now. Actually, do a perception check for me. Will?
I'm doing it. I've got the button to click on everything. 19.
All right. You notice the door on the other side of the room opens inward, and the ceiling is now low enough that you can't open the door.
Okay.
They're sitting between the feet of the golem. there is a oh, I get to pull a random NPC because I didn't actually assign this an NPC.
So while Baron is selecting from the list, friends, if you want to come up with characters, locations, places, all of that is viable. If a lovely Mother Hubbard doesn't mind throwing the links into chat, that would be amazing. And or if you head over to Dice and Yet More Dice channel in the Discord, you can add yourself. The urge to just yell, hello! It's very high. It's very high. Alright, you can zoom in.
Okay.
Hello, Mrs. Klaus.
All right, sitting
Thank you, Dorcas.
Sitting down at the feet of the golem, there is a dwarf who, and I'm going to read this verbatim, facial hair turned up to 11, eyebrows bushier than the forest undergrowth, shoulder-length thick hair, all of it dark brown coloration. His face is almost not visible under the hair. Wears a nice vest over a shirt and a tie, with a well-tailored pair of suspenders, finely polished shoes. You'll notice as well, like the vest is like sticking out kind of weird, and with that perception roll, there appears to be this like deep red crystal growing out of their chest right near their heart.
Fuck. I'm gonna take Wraith's line. You need that, mate. You need a hand. You need a hand there.
They appear to have been sleeping because they jerk awake. Fuck, there's more stuck in the ears there.
Yep. 2 more, if you will. How's it going?
Well, not great. As points up.
Is that yours?
I assume Dolphin threw you in here as well?
Yeah. I was kind of being used to start a whole bunch of wars up on the surface, and now I'm being put into storage. What about you?
Oh, I offered me the knowledge to be able to outdo my rival, and then once I actually did, and he pats the leg of the giant golem mech thing, promptly threw me in here and cursed the magic that I used to make it. So, and kind of lifts the vest up, and you see the like crystal thing.
Are you?
So yeah, now if I move too far away from this guy, or if I make him move, the crystal grows and hurts like a bitch, and will probably pierce my heart if I do too much.
Ah. Do you mind if we come take a look?
Do so slowly. I'm not sure if other people coming near me also makes it grow, but
okay.
Sure.
And Wraith, whichever answer makes you feel better. Okay, so I'm going to very slowly and calmly walk towards the dwarf.
Okay, so yeah, like you take one step. He's like, slow, please. Like slow steps. He's like, all right, I think it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not moving.
So looking up at this incredible golem. So, do you control this like mechanically with magic? Like, how?
Magic. There was a control stone that whoever held it got to control the golem. I was hoping they'd be used for, heavy lifting, mining, that sort of things. I realize it also has potential as water machines. But yeah, you tune yourself to a stone, and then you have control over this. Theoretically, I hadn't tried doing more than one, but you might be able to control multiple. But I only got the one going, and then she took the stone and shoved it into my fucking chest.
How long have you been down here? You know what? That was a dumb question.
Let's put it this way. I didn't have facial hair when I grew in here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. I'd like to inspect the crystal I guess with Arcana, like
Okay.
I want to see if there's anything we can do to help this person.
Okay.
12.
12. Looking at it a little closer, you notice it looks. Actually, do you know your Arcana, or is that I think you know your Arcana, right? I don't know. Dorcas, does Will know his Arcana?
Does Will know his Arcana? Because I might get more on top of that.
I think you do.
Well, Lyris, yeah, that's the thing that I'm curious about.
Okay,
so
yes, we do.
We do. So yeah, so it is a solid 12.
Okay. You notice it. Mostly the color is very similar to the color of the crystals on the GWS Epoch, your ship. But like the structure of the crystal is slightly different, like the way that it's growing.
So what was his name? Was it Artrum?
Artem Knackle.
Artem Knackle. Alright, so just whilst inspecting the crystal, kind of like one would, I'm not touching it, but like someone preparing to like crack a safe. You wouldn't happen to know an Artem Knackler, would you?
That fucking bastard. It's my fucking rival. And he's the one that I fucking did this to try and not do. Always one-upping me. Always getting to ideas and perfecting them before I could.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, he hasn't made anything as awesome as this golem, so take pride in that. I'm sorry, where are my feckin' manners? Emberlyn Burns, Hail of the Queen of Embers, it's a pleasure to meet you.
It's, Gale Volcaster. And he offers you his hand.
Yeah.
This is made by Compliment Cat, by the way.
Once again, whilst just heavily inspecting this crystals, like, do you know the year that you were thrown in here by any chance?
I'm forgetting what the current year is off the top of my head, but he gives you a date that he was roughly 30 years ago.
Oh, feckin' hell. I just kind of go, oh boy, and give no more information on that one. All right. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Georges. The things you don't remember as a DM about your own world. The year. So he gives you like 627. Or not 627. He gives you like, I guess it would be 592 or something.
Okay.
Give or
So
take.
turning to Lenny, I gesture him over to come have a look at this.
Yeah. Lenny starts and he's like, oh, slow again, not sure what all triggers this thing growing. And Lenny's like, walks over cautiously. And nothing seems to happen. He's like, all right, I've discovered if I try and go towards the door too far, it starts growing. If I make this thing move, it starts growing a lot. That's how we get to this. So I tried to raise the roof. Hoot hoot. And Lenny, Lenny like comes over and starts inspecting it with his wizardiness.
Yeah. So friends, I'm looking at what we've got in our pack. We still have a greater healing potion. What if we get this thing out of him and get him to just guzzle a potion? I mean, I don't know what Lanny's abilities extend to. I don't know if he's got anything that could even constitute as healing magic or any abilities. We are not medically inclined. Like, I know we've got a little bit thanks to the wisdom, but we're by no means a healer. Also, Larish, thank you for the point, guys. So, like, this is what I'm thinking. Like, and I do feel like we're going to need some luck. Alright, so suggestions, thoughts, feels, ideas. Like,
Okay. So while you're doing that, Lanny was inspecting it, and Lanny's a wizard, so more arcanely knowledgeable than you are.
okay. Lanny, you got that quizzical look about you. What have you seen? What do your wizard eyes see, Lanny?
He's like, he looks up at the door. He's like, "Did you use blood magic to create this?" He's like, "No, well, maybe a little, tiny bit, but okay, yes."
Lanny, is that good or is that bad?
Lanny, like, just kind of slow turns and looks at you like,
Oh, come on!
it's
Alright.
illegal for a reason.
Okay.
Do you know who uses blood magic primarily?
Is it
Demons. It's demons.
demons, you say? I think I know what we can do. Friends, we have an axe for killing shit like this. Like, we might be able to get this Mother Hubbard out. Like, I'm saying we use that axe, lever it out this guy's chest, and then just pour a fucking greater heal potion down his gob. That's what I'm thinking. If we can help him out, you know? Because if he can use the crystal to control the golem, that's another friendo. And, like, I believe in the power of the goose, don't get me wrong, but goose versus golem would definitely put things in our favor. It's that point when I suggest something really interesting and the whole crowd goes a little quiet.
Sorry, I'm looking up one of Lanny's spells.
Okay. Lyris is saying when we feel what the dwarf thinks of this plan first. Alright. Okay. So after Lanny's reveal, Emblem takes a couple of steps back and just starts pacing back and forth. Just a couple of steps and kind of muttering to themselves.
You also, like, while you do this, you notice this thing is, like, the golem itself is superbly crafted. Like, it is the smoothest lines in all the metal, like, perfectly crafted. It's not only that, but there were also, like, intricate, like, they did, like, gold filigree around the, like, the arms and stuff, and, like, it's just gorgeous.
Okay. Daughters, we've not rolled insight.
Like, if you want to roll insight, roll insight.
Okie dokie. It has been requested! 17.
Alright. As far as you can tell, this dude's telling the truth. He seems to hate Arnold, like, with a deep burning, like, that long-standing rivalry thing. Yeah, he seems to be telling the truth.
Okay. Stopping and turning about heel to face both Gale and Lanny. Right. So. Blood magic. Demons, right? Right. I unhook the axe. Axe! Axe for killing god things. Also demons. Axe take crystal out of chest. We heal Gale. Gale come with. Probably could have phrased that better. I understand. I'm thinking on the fly here.
He kind of looks at the axe and looks at the crystal like, that's a mighty big axe to just be fucking throwing it into my chest.
Less throw, more lever. It is going to hurt like an SOB. But, and I'm producing I've got this. This should get you up on your feet. I figure if you can hold the crystal, if you can command it, and we get Fighty McTinface here to come join us, this drastically increases...
Oi. He's steel, thank you. Didn't skip on that.
And I look up literally to where the golem's face would be. I'm so sorry, Mr. Steele. My apologies. It's been a very long infinity in this maze.
No, I mean, he's made of steel. It's not. His name isn't Steel. I haven't actually named him. I should have named him.
Steele's a good name.
Too on the nose.
It is like calling a person flesh. Can brainstorm it.
Fighty McSteelface. We're not letting the internet name this thing. Bodie McBokeface.
How about Arnold? Arnold McSteelface. Remington Steele. Sounds a little filthy, but
That sounds like a porn star.
oh, lordy. Arnold J. Rivet. Shit, yes. I think we've got I think we're on to a winner.
Anyway.
How do you fancy?
So you're trying to convince...
How do you fancy yeah, so Lenny, I don't know... You know what, Lenny? We haven't really spoken as much as we have, so I don't know if you have anything that's going to help with this endeavor, but, like, 3 heads are better than 1. That's a second golem.
It's like, I mean, if we're trying to get it out, I could try casting, like, a counter spell on it to maybe slow the growth or something.
That might not be a bad shout, especially if we're going to take some direct action. Well, Gale, ultimately it's your choice. I understand we have met you 3 seconds ago and are now contemplating some very, very serious bodily changes, but if there's one thing I've learned about this weird feckin' maze, is that this feckin' bad word likes putting us all in, like, impossible situations. The kind of situations that cause you to stop and give up. And between the 3 of us, we might be just enough chaos to really mess this place up. And Arnold J. Rivet here would definitely help with that.
Did you just name my golem Arnold J. Rivet?
It just popped into my head. I like it. Either that or Brian. I can't decide.
Honestly, Brian's not bad.
Brian the Golem. Brian the anti-goose. Oh, you haven't met the goose yet, have you? All right, don't worry about it.
Goose?
Yeah, it's gonna get weird.
Is it like a demon goose or just like a goose? Wow, my accent is all over the place today.
Whereabouts are you from, Gale? So you asked me if it's a demonic goose or a regular goose, to which I must ask you, is there a difference?
Well, I mean, like, does it spit fire or like?
I haven't given it the chance.
So it might just be a goose.
Well, maybe that's something that Brian here can find out for us. But
well, I mean, looks at door, looks at other door, goes, but Brian can't really get out here.
Well, you can't control him without it piercing your chest, right?
Aye. But also, he's too big to fit through the doors.
Okay, let's get you free first, then we'll worry about Brian. Because, you know what we haven't tried? Kicking in one of the doors yet.
Fair. I haven't tried much, because honestly, anytime I move, it hurts, so...
Yeah. Okay. So, Lenny, I think you're onto a banger. We'll counterspell the gem. I'll slowly push the axe in and lever the gem out, and then we'll get a greater healing potion down your Gulliver. Get you all patched up, lickety-split. Yeah, Lenny, if you've got any, like, first aid training or anything, this would be great. It'd be a great time to let me know.
Lenny just kind of goes, no, not even a little. Sorry, looking something up.
Alright. So, again, Gale, this is your call. Like, if you want to take a moment to prepare, or if you're not, if you don't want to do this, I understand. Like, I ain't gonna force you. But, I don't know, there's just something about the irony of your predicament. You are not the first person who's been played in such a way that we've met in this. And I'm getting frankly bloody sick of it.
He's like, you know what? I've been here long enough that I look like this now. He like just kind of ruffles his giant beard. Let's fucking try whatever.
All right.
So for as far as I can tell, he gives you a rough rundown of like how he feels like the crystal's grown inside of his chest. Like he's like, there's a bit sticking out here, and there's a bit sticking out here, and there's a like there's a point at the bottom that's going right towards my heart. And that's what keeps it around. So there's like the barbs that keep it in place. So those are what you gotta get around, or try and rip out, or whatever.
Okay.
Should I like lay down?
You know what? I want you to lean. Okay. I want you seated, leaning back up against the mech. Just get ready to brace yourself, mate.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's doing now. He's leaning up against one of the legs.
Okay. Lanny, when you're ready, we'll get this underway. I see no reason, friends, to extend this any longer than we have to.
Lanny looks nervously at Crumpet, who looks nervously at Lanny.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Okay. So I, taking out my my ink and quill, I start drawing on the dwarf's chest, roughly where I reckon the barbs are.
Yeah, I think he helps you. He's like getting a little further out, actually.
Okay. Okay. This is gonna... Friends, what am I talking about? Positive mental attitude. This is gonna work. Okay. So... And I'm just kind of like... I unsheath the axe and start kind of getting a good grip on it. And I'm like... Okay. Sorry, I don't have any booze for you, friend.
And I was like, yeah, it's a shame we drank all of that.
Shut up, Lenny! Oh my god! We didn't know anyone else was in here, in our defense. Okay. Okay. Lanny? We're gonna do this on the count of 3.
It's like, all right, let me, like, gets in place and, like, gets the spell ready.
Okay. I start hooking the axe under one arm, start trying to line it up with where I need to make that first big proper cut.
Okay. So you line it up.
Okay. On the drop of 3.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to make you roll for this.
Oh!
I'm going to make you roll a medicine check.
Oh. Okay.
Because, like, this is... You're performing I'm going to make... It's a medicine check with disadvantage because you're trying to perform surgery with an axe.
But I know...
Like, even if you know where the things are, you're still trying to do a very precise procedure with an axe.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of hacking of flesh here. This is the precision. You know, we're basically taking a knot out of a tree here. Moose, we do have better tools than an axe. But the problem is, we don't have anything else that's going to go through fucking demon blood magic. Like, the axe is the axe is necessary because, alright, here's how I think about it. We have a trickster god, who's an asshole. No doubt would have put something in place to stop this guy from just digging the crystal out with his fucking fingers. Because over 30 years, no doubt he's feckin' tried. Alright, we can use the daggers. Well, no, we can only use one dagger because one of them's chipped. You could just take the gun out and be like, alright, just whatever you do, don't move. Again, dagger. We chipped the other one.
Yeah. Also, trying to get the crystal out with a dagger named Dealbreaker seems
Hey, he's
both
the one,
apt and the bad sign at somehow at the same time.
he's the one that got himself into this bad deal in the first place. Oh shit, we've got some tiny wire. If we could get it round the barbs, we could pull this motherfucker out. Alright. Lanny! Hold fire. I've got an idea that's better than my previous idea. Gale, don't move. I need to think for a second.
Gale was like bracing themselves and like, oh come on! Like,
I'm sorry.
right,
I'm sorry.
fine.
All right. Stashing the axe. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna put the axe down. Take out deal breaker and some tiny wire. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get around the barbs, get the wire beneath it, pull the bugger out like that. So
How does that sound somehow more painful?
it is, but your chances of survival are going way up the more I think about this. And this, I show off with a little flourish. This is a gift from my god. It's called Deal Breaker. And if there's one thing we're about to do is get you out of a shitty deal. Oh, okay. Oh, actually, Dorcas, that is a good idea. See, this is the great thing about having a group of people. Well, just to clean it, if anything. So, yeah, Gale, this is... I'm not going to lie, this is going to hurt like a son of a bitch. So, just... whatever you need to do. Holding it off to one side, I cast Create Flames in my hand, just to heat up the blade a little bit. So I hopefully don't fucking murder him too fast. I mean, Wraith, if anything, this is a job for fucking Hannah, but that's another dimension, so fucking... Alright. So, I want to use a heated blade. I'm going to try and cut around the crystal and get the wire under the barbs. And then pull it the fuck out.
Alright. Go ahead and roll a medicine check with disadvantage.
Okay. Alright. Memnol, you've given me a lot of bad rolls over the years, and I understand this, but this is for a dwarf's life. $14 and 15. 14 at disadvantage.
Yes, you're also not a trained doctor, Gorgeous. Alright, so Lanny casts Counterspell. You try and go in like as fast as you can. While you were prepping, Gale like took his belt off and is like biting his belt. You stab it in there and you like think you just barely get the wire underneath and wrapped around and then back out, and then you pull the dagger out. And then you see the crystal grow a little bit, despite Lanny's like counterspell. And he like groans even more as it starts to grow a bit.
Fuck, what do we do? Lenny! Fucking cast it again! We're just gonna pull this fucker right out.
Alright, so Lanny casts Counterspell again and tries to like maintain it as like a concentration spell, as like a weird variation.
Yeah.
Give me just a strength check.
No, it's a strength save. Yeah, here we go. Strength check. 13.
All right, you start to pull, and he like starts screaming because, like, I mean, it's crystal being ripped out of his chest.
Yeah.
It starts coming out a little bit, but it's still just like wedged in there. You can see more of it now. Like you are pulling it out, but it's hard. And you feel like if you pull any harder, you're gonna break the wire.
Fuck. I'm. Jam the dagger in! Let's fucking leave the shit out! No one left behind!
Alright, give me another medicine and one more strength check.
Alright, medicine please, come on. 3. Do I still need to roll strength?
Yep.
18! Shit medicine, all strength!
So you shove the dagger in and just go, and the crystal comes flying out, and you're like, yes! And you look down, and you notice you've pierced his heart.
Fuck! Alright. Holding my hands over his chest, throwing the crystal away, hands over chest, pop the greater heal, pull the belt out of his mouth, and try and just force feed him a healing potion.
It is now you're realizing you should have handed him the healing potion first.
Quite possibly! This was not my best idea!
Was on this episode of Dr. Warlock.
Paging Dr. Warlock. Oh, I've got a bit of a tummy ache. Alright, here's fire and a knife. Let's go. Alright, now. Hand over the wound. Just trying to pour this into his...
Alright.
Greater healing. It's greater healing.
Let's see, what are greater healings? I forget what they are off the top of my head. Actually, I could just... Your character sheet deck. Oh, okay. I think it's like 40... What? Oh, come on, it's... Oh, it's a health potion.
Alright, come on, greater healing potion, which I'll probably regret not having later on.
Oh, just 44 plus 4. Okay. We want to roll 44 plus 4 for me?
4d4 plus 4. Okay.
Make it just... For some reason, the compendium is just, like, not working today.
Alright. 15.
15. Alright, so yeah, you do this, and he, like, chugs it, and, like, coughs a bit. And you realize you should probably pull the dagger out of his heart.
Oh, fuck!
You're like, oh, shit! And after a very tense moment, you do see, like, the wound in his heart start to heal up a little bit, and then the flesh around, like, the gaping wound heals up a bit. There's still a pretty decent, like, open wound there, but he's not, like, on the brink of death. Like, he's bleeding, you'll probably have to, like, you know, triage it a bit.
Alright. So long, tiny wire, and greater healing potion.
I mean, you still have the wire. You just, if you had pulled any more, you would have snapped the wire. Okay. Like, you could tell it was, like, straining it.
I gotta remember to set them to 0 if I run out of them, and untick them if I don't have them. Okay. Archer on Watto, friend? Okay. Okay, should we... No... Maybe we should take him back to our little base camp for a second. Like, let him... Because I don't have anything to really help him with healing. Like, I don't... I'm desperately looking through what we have, but, like, we don't even have anything we can tear up for, like, bandages or strips or anything.
I think at this point, Lanny, like, tears part of his robe and, like...
Okay.
Presses it into the wound.
I didn't think this one through, Lanny! I won't lie! And Archeron, I'll bring you up to speed in just a second. Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, you've... Like, he's still wounded, but he's alive.
Okay, so I'm gonna go mash a door jam into this room. So,
okay.
I've got to remember to draw shape. Can't remember how to do this.
It's under the paintbrush. If you're over the paintbrush, there's a...
There we go. Alright, so this is the Gale mech room. Alright. Gale mech room. Cool. Or not. Woo! Okay. Alright, so while Lenny's applying a bandage, I'm gonna go jam a fucking door wedge in here so we can keep this space. And then I'm like, Lenny, let's get him back to your study. Let's let him have a rest before we continue, alright? I'm gonna leave the red crystal in there. So yeah, that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to help get Gale back to our little study and help him rest up.
Okay. So you, like, Gale takes the rag that Lanny has given him and is, like, holding it on the gaping wound.
Sorry, yeah,
like,
me and Lanny get Gale back, yeah.
And you like, help him up and, like, help them to the. You can't quite do the like arms around the shoulders things because Gale's much shorter than you because he's a dwarf.
Yeah.
But yeah, you eventually get him back through, back into the study. The goose is still there. It is still a goose.
I take it the goose pays no mind to us once more as we enter the room next to it.
Nope. As long as you're not going into its room, it doesn't care.
Okay. All right. So we prop Gale up in one of the two chairs, and then I just lie on the floor, look up at the ceiling for a moment, and then just let out kind of like an unprompted scream, just like a ah. Okay. Oh, I think I'm. Ah! All right, I'm calm, but I continue to lie on the floor. Sorry, just Archeron's like, I would like to see the axe play out. Hey, didn't die. He didn't die.
Yet.
Okay.
He's still bleeding a fair bit, but...
I mean, it was the thing that... You know, the Trickster God said that, well, at least Lanny wasn't allowed to die in here, but that's not a guaranteed rule for all of us, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Also, just because you brought it up, or somebody brought it up before, you could try cauterizing his wound again. Also, hi. Can I help you?
All right. You know, you all are correct on that one, and I do have create fire, don't I? Yeah. Produce flame. Oh, poor guy. All right.
Give you 1 unit of cat.
Kitty. Whisper.
Actually, it's a dog, but...
Whisper has arrived. Okay. So after we get him all set up, I'm like, Lanny, can you move the bandages for a second? I produce flame in hand. I'm gonna close the wound up.
Gale puts his belt back in his mouth.
I'm sorry, buddy. I thought you were out cold by this point. You're doing great. Just don't want you bleeding to death. All right. And I place the hand on the wound.
All right, give me a medicine check with advantage because this is a fairly simple procedure.
Watch me fuck this one. 21!
All right, yeah, no, you managed to actually, like, cauterize the wound really well.
Paging
like, the
Dr.
bleeding-
Warlock.
And it stops the bleeding pretty much immediately.
Okay. Alright, taking hand off. I'm just out Gale with the belt. Like, now you rest. Now you rest. We're gonna have
they just nod and then, like, pass out.
Yeah. Alright. Lenny, let's wait with this guy till he's recovered. Yeah? Yeah. And then once again, Emberlyn just kind of like thunk sits down their butt and then just lies flat on the ground, kind of just like this is so much. Why do medicine people make this look easy? That was so stressful.
Well, it's like, yeah, a little bit. Let them just like wiping blood off of their hands onto their robe.
We did good. Now, would you mind if I took a quick pee break before we continue, dear friends?
Nope, go for it. I was actually just about to suggest the same. So. Good time.
I'll be back in just a moment. Hey, and friends, we saved a person. We did a good. Oh.
Before the break, well, yo, hello.
Rainier, yo, hello to you too. How you doing? Welcome to the Goose Maze. We just found and saved, fingers crossed, a dwarf. Though I do think you're all right. We're probably not going to be able to get the mech out of there. But it's nice to know it's there if we need it.
Why are you such a terror?
I don't know if we should bring the crystal with or just never touch that crystal again. So I'm going to quickly nip to the loo. If you all want to decide what we're going to do with the magical crystal that controls the mech golem, we can. I'll be back in just a sec.
George, did you just think everyone in this maze is a doppelganger? responses. Archer, no. So Will tried to like loop the wire that they had on their person around the crystal and use that to like yank it out. So like the wire is not attached to the crystal; it was just looped underneath, and they were trying to use that as leverage. Trying to read through some of the new submissions. Favor 6, what ho yourself? How goes? Um, Will is currently taking a pee break. We're doing a biocycle break real quick. J Post, I'm absolutely going to tell him. No, I'm not. I'm kidding. I mean, Air, you don't know this world. Like, in some of the cultures, the dwarves shave regularly.
And swapsy tradesies.
All right. I will be right back.
Wait. What was no one supposed to tell me, J-Post? What shenanigans is this? Anyway, how you all doing? So, Archeron, how much of the story so far has been explained to you? Because in terms of like what we're up to today, this is kind of a nice little second part of... I don't want to call it a bottle episode because that sounds reductive, but... So, this is Memnull, ongoing D&D. The hook with our little series here is that at the beginning of each of these campaigns, we have a blank character sheet and no idea who we're playing, so we have to work it all out. And it's me and all of you lot working together, which I really like. The saga of Emberlyn Burns is expansive as it is spicy. Okay, I say spicy because there's a lot of fire in it. Currently, we are trapped in like a little pocket dimension maze, like a labyrinth. Each one of these little rooms you see here is a randomly selected door from this huge labyrinth of nonsense. Each time you open and close a door, the next room shifts. So we've been kind of propping them open to create like a space through. When you came in, we found another person who'd been trapped in this like hell dimension, who in exchange for like technological power had been trapped in a room with their giant robot-esque like golem creation with a huge crystal embedded in their chest, meaning they could never leave, which is what we just tore out of them. Between that and a person we met very briefly at the very beginning of this campaign, Lanny, We've been trying to map our way through it and possibly get out. In theory, there is a room with 3 doors, not 2, and that should lead us out of here, but who knows?
All right. I am back, and I have whiskey.
Wunderbar. So, friends, I think we're all in agreement that we're going to wait until Gale is recovered before we move on. So that kind of gives us a nice little, like, time skip and conversation point. See, Final Phoenix, I don't know. Once we got the gem out of Gale's chest, we just threw it. Well, I just threw it away, but we can go and explore it. I just want to make sure it doesn't like. I want to make sure it just doesn't feck Gale over again. We could close the mech room door and just be done with that crystal forever. I mean, this is the thing. It could be a very powerful tool later on. Oh, sorry. Well, I don't have any fancy boozy drinks. I do have tiny, plain-sized soda. Because these things are on sale, and they make me feel like I'm on a flight. Which has been so long since I've flown, it feels like a novelty. Sorry, George is just saying that didn't Shasu once meet someone who offered him great power? He thought it was one of the lower lords, but after hearing from Lanny and Gale, one of them might have been Dalfa. It might have been. Interesting, I mean, and props to him that, like, out of everyone, you know, Shasu was like, nah, I'm good. Although, Shasu getting shunted by his deity might not have been his deity at all. But if
she basically admitted that was her.
But, like, the introduction was made by our queen, which would mean that the trickster god can even fool the Queen of Embers, which is not good. But yeah.
Y'all submitted a lot more rooms than I realized.
It's gonna be a big maze! Wraith, I 100% agree with you. Wraith saying the reason why we haven't been killed is that would probably tip off the queen. Yeah. Like, I also feel like... I mean, we can try and contact the Queen of Embers, but I have a feeling nothing's gonna work. Because we wouldn't be allowed to just hang out here. Okay. So, I think that's what we're going to do. So, Baron, we're going to take a rest period's worth of time to just chill here, just so that Gale's got a chance to recover at least enough to be mobile.
Okay. So, long rest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, you get back all of your hit dice, because it's half rounded up,
Woo-hoo!
which is enough. You're up full health, you have all your spells back. You both chill. Lanny actually, it's like, hey, I'm actually gonna go, like, check out the golem.
Okay. Be careful.
It's like, no, I will. I'm like, I'll keep the door open. But I'm, as a fellow wizard, I'm curious.
Okay, just remember, growing crystal, stab into flesh.
It's like, oh no, I'm not touching that shit. Just
I'm gonna keep an eye on Gale.
It's like, yeah. All right. So you spend roughly 8 hours resting. How is the goose doing? It's still just sitting there in its little room, being a goose.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll do our full 8 hours rest. Just wait until, like, Gale's mobile.
Yeah. You think it's been about 8 hours, but again, time is fucky in here. Gale eventually wakes up and is like, oh, okay. Like pulls the cloth back. He's like, okay, that's right. Well, let's at least stop bleeding. So that's probably a good sign.
Yeah. Yay! It worked. It worked.
Hey, thank you. We still can't get Brian out or get through that other door, though.
Yeah, Lenny's.
So either we lose Brian forever, or I guess we go that way.
Well, Lanny's going to go have a look at he's going to go have a look, inspect the crystal a little bit more, seeing if there's anything we can do with it. I mean, you may have to say a tearful goodbye to Brian, but we can always build another. We can always build another golem. We can't build another get the fuck out of this maze.
It's like, honestly, I don't know if I fucking want to after doing this one. Like, shite. The second I did, she was like, ha, and then teleported me into the fucking this shit.
You know what?
Also, what the fuck is this place?
Hell if I know. This is one of the early rooms I found. Like, things are wild. Over there, an entire forest in a pocket. Over there, an actual goose.
It's like, it's just a goose though. Like,
is it?
Just go around it or like kill it. Like, the other bloke's a wizard, right? Does he know Fireball? Like, just Fireball the goose for him.
There's two things that happen there, Gale. One, goose gets hit by Fireball. Goose is a regular goose. Goose is cooked. We eat goose. Good time is had. But then there's scenario two. The goose is some kind of unkillable horror, some kind of unstoppable force of hatred and spite that chases us through this labyrinth of nightmares forevermore.
So you're saying, like, if you close the door, it randomizes what's on the other side, though, right?
Yes.
I'm assuming you've explained this to him.
Yeah.
Okay, so Fireball the goose, if it turns out that it's a horror, shut the fucking door.
And then what have we done but create a landmine that we could possibly revisit? What happens the next time we open it and there it is, with its beady eyes, right at the door jamb, being ready to unleash hell?
I mean, fair, but, I mean, some of these could just be underwater and just fill every other room with water.
Look.
Like, you don't fucking know.
That's a very good point. But, might I remind you...
If I knew what the void of space was, it could be the void of space, but they don't know.
Might I remind you, Gale, who saved whom in this labyrinth of nonsense? I say we don't fuck with the goose!
It's like, alright, fine, whatever.
Though, whilst he's saying this, I kind of, like, inch my face, like, I'm talking to him and kind of, like, slowly inch my face around the goose room door. Like...
The goose looks up at you and goes...
Yeah, still a goose. Okay. Okay. And plutonium, sure. Watto and welcome. Alright, so Gale, let's go see if Lanny's found anything. Hopefully nothing's gotten worse. And let's go from there. Because what we can do is we can jam the door open and leave like an entrance to Brian. And who knows?
Well, so you can't go through the other door because the whole shtick was the ceiling was dropping, and so we had to use Brian to hold the ceiling up, but it's now low enough that the door won't open.
Okay. Well, let's go see what Lanny's been up to.
All right, so you make your way through the forest, the cookie room, the mimic room, the memory room, the orb, and then into the room that houses Brian.
Okay.
Actually, favor 6, because I'm assuming we're probably not going to get through all the rooms. I was thinking, much like Balu Bowl, we might do a one-off that's just the rest of the rooms.
That could be fun. We'd have to crunk the lethality of it, but
Yeah.
I'd be down for that. Like our own little like crystal maze.
All right. So you get there, and Lanny's like, I think Lanny like was taking a break and was like sitting in the corner, resting up. And he sees you walk in. He's like, "Oh, all right." Stands up. It's like, no, this is really impressive, Kale. Like, good job, but I don't want to touch that thing. And he points to the crystal. And I technically have a spell that would make him smaller, but it only lasts a minute, and then the roof would drop on us. It's like, how fast was the roof dropping? It's pretty fast. Pretty damn fast.
You don't have a spell that makes things like a shit ton size larger, do you? No, that would be too easy. Damn you, Lanny.
I mean,
sorry, what?
yeah, it's the same spell. It's enlarge or reduce. But I can't do both. Like, I can't make them bigger and then smaller. It takes a little bit to like do the thing.
If we made them larger, that would lift the ceiling, allowing us to open the door. And then when the roof comes down, either the door will stop it or the door will get smashed open, which could be great or very bad.
Yeah, but also like we still have to move him somehow. And like, actually, let me just double check how enlarge reduce works.
Alnus, no, not until we've explored every opportunity.
Yeah, so it'll have the thing's size, but you still have to then carry it out of here or try and use the crystal to get it to move out.
So, what I'm hearing is that with the power of Lanny and some focus, we could shrink him and get him out, and we just have to keep casting shrink on him to keep him at a size that allows him to go through doors.
But also, Lanny does have limited spell slots, so
shit.
And it's a second level spell, so like, I think he's got.
And it only lasts for a bit, right?
1 minute. And just again for some reference, so like the golem itself is maybe somewhere. It's hard to tell because it's bent over, but it's somewhere between like 12 and 14 feet tall.
Yeah, this is hurting, but we might have to say goodbye. We might have to say goodbye to Robo Golem. The pain is real, friends, but we might have to say goodbye.
No, at least the way that I'm reading this, AR, it's just 1 minute. It's concentration, it's 1 minute.
Yeah, and Lyra does make a great point that then we also have the whole falling ceiling thing. So yeah, Emberlyn Burns having paced back and forth, having cursed and sweared at voices that apparently no one else can hear, stops with the most exorbitant sigh. Okay, so yeah, so Dorches. But what after? So we chop the trees. We chop a fuck ton of trees, enough to hold up the ceiling for long enough to get Brian out while shrunk. Brian then ends up in what, the orb room? So we'll just have to have like Brian, I guess, sitting cross-legged around the orb or something. This is why we should never name our robots.
You're the one who wanted to name it.
You're right, I did. There's Brian forever pondering his orb. Some of you haven't pondered your orb today, and it's showing.
Some of you haven't had wine for breakfast and it shows.
Still want that in a t-shirt. Now the other thing is we potentially use the crystal to command it, but the crystal might be very bad. What with the whole growing and stuff? Fuck it. I walk over to the crystal and I grab it in my left hand.
All right. You pick it up, and it is warm, almost hot to the touch. It's very jagged, so you have to like be careful about how you're grabbing it. Yeah, you're now holding the crystal. It's trying to think of a good size comparison. It's like 6 to 8 inches across, like the long way, and like 5-6 inches across kind of the narrow way because it's like long. Yeah, you're currently holding the crystal.
I point it at Brian like a wand and go, Brian! Stand!
Yeah, nothing happens. And Gale just kind of looks at you like, what? That's not how that works.
Well, it might have been.
Well, A, you have to attune to it.
Like a music tune, or?
No, like you attune to magic items. Like you have to bond with it.
Hello, tiny crystal. It is lovely to meet you. I need you to command Brian. Brian! Stand!
But you do know that like magic items often required like you to attune to them, so that, and you only get like X number of magic items you can attune to.
I think Evelyn is just using a little bit of the ridiculous just to offset the whole like infinite trapped in a maze.
Yeah, I think Gale just goes. He looks over at Lenny. Is he always like this? And he's like, I think so. I don't know. Crumpet, has he been like this around you? And Crumpet just nods. Okay, I think he's just like this. All right, I just want to make sure you hadn't like cracked, you know? Yes, Vanderbeest. So a large banana by a medium banana.
Oh. I like to think it's because we take creative solutions to difficult problems. Sorry, just Wraith wondering, like, do you ever wonder why the Queen of Embers chose you? It's because we don't let simple things get in the way of dumb ideas. Alright. Exasperated, I start inspecting the room. Like, is there a switch, a latch, a button, anything?
Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
No, 4. It's a nat 1 with plus.
No, like this, the walls are all like absurdly smooth. The ceiling is completely smooth, like to the point where you're pretty sure, honestly, if the ceiling does drop low enough, it will actually like shear off the hinges of the door on the opposite side.
Okay. Well, friends, either we need to say goodbye to Brian, or we need to say goodbye to the Goose Room, or face the Goose Room. These are our current choices. We're in this together. What do we want to do? Giza says he shouldn't name the robot. Well, hindsight 2020.
And we all know what 2020 was. It was a bitch.
Control all bingo. Because I don't see a way that we can get Brian out of here. And you know, friends, you know, everybody, I'm the one who's going to be the most keen on keeping the giant robots. I don't give this up lightly.
Zeke, the bottom hinge is low enough that, like, you wouldn't be able to fit through once it's sheared off. Like, you're talking, like, it's like 6 inches off the ground. So unless you have magical hamster powers and can flatten yourself to, like, nothing.
I mean, Lyris, we can give the crystal back to Gale, but, like, considering what we went through to get it out of them, if it suddenly just goes, Hadouken straight into their chest, then we're going to have a bad time. I think it might be time to say goodbye to the cursed nonsense.
That's assuming Gale would even touch it again.
Yeah, it's a good point. Alright. So unless anybody's got an additional suggestion, I think we've got to say goodbye. And again, it breaks my little heart. You know that, friends. You know that. Well, so Harmonious, there's the potential we could get attuned to it, but it's the case of what do we do after that? I mean, it would be hilarious to have a giant robot that could basically punch into the next room in case stuff goes wrong, but at great cost.
Also, I don't think any of you could be like, oh, let's just break the door. What if what's on the other side is real bad and then you can't close the door?
Yup. Because we've come across some nasty nonsense. Alright, now I guess I'm going to have to make an executive Emberlin decision. Holding the crystal after being a silly bugger, I again throw it off into the corner. Like, Gale, Lanny, I think we have to say goodbye to Brian. Brian, for a very long time you held this ceiling aloft. You may be an inanimate piece of machinery, but you'll live on. In our hearts! Farewell, Brian. Brian, don't speak! It's already hard enough. Come, friends! It's what Brian would have wanted! And I walk out, back into the orb room.
Alright. Gale and Lanny follow.
Oh, and Crumpet's still back in the hearth, right?
Crumpet's on Lanny's shoulders.
Okay. I close the door to the Gale mech room.
Alright. You think... You can never be sure because you do that thing where, like, you started doing the action, you can't stop yourself. At the last second before the door closes, you swear to God, Brian's head looks up at you.
No! No!
Alright. The mech room is no more.
Brian has died! No!
He's like, how cruel. Have you met me?
I take a brief
kind of a
moment.
thing.
I take a brief moment to appreciate the loss. And I open the door again.
Alright, you open the door and you actually are met with a familiar room this time. It's the room that has the, like, statue in the middle of it. Or, like, it's like an island, like a floating island that has the statue that's, like, holding a plate out in front of it.
Huh.
Yeah, a second, let me find the description. It appears to be like a floating island just in a void. On the far end, there is a singular tree with a door implanted in its trunk. In the center of the island is a statue, a hooded figure with a hand outstretched as though it is asking for something. At the base, there appears to be a plaque, but you cannot read from this distance.
Yeah, AR, Lyris, this was the first room we encountered. I'm still tempted to go, nah, close it and open it again. What do you reckon? What do you reckon, friends? You want to try floating isle puzzle? Alright, AR's in. Okay. So I stick my head through the door. Just do the kind of like the left and the right, just making sure I'm not getting us straight into another invisible door trap.
There are assassins on either side of the door. No, I'm kidding. I don't think you can see it.
Alright. I walk over towards the outstretched statue so I can have a read of the plaque.
All right. Gale stays behind and holds the door open. But Lanny joins you.
Zeke, why are you like this? Okay. I'm Brian, and so is my wife.
So you look at the plaque, and it does that weird thing, and I think you've maybe encountered this once before, where you look at it, and it is in every language that you speak simultaneously. Like, you can read it, but it, like, goes blurry for a second, because you're like, that's both, like, Infernal and Common and whatever other languages you speak.
Oh. What does it say?
But after a minute, you're able to, like, focus on it.
Yeah.
It says, what is not alive but grows, does not breathe but needs air.
My mounting headache. What is not alive but grows? What does not breathe but needs air? Oh, we got ourselves an old a riddle. Hey, my brain immediately went, riddle me piss.
But yeah, and like again, the statue's like bronze. It's done the like it's like super green. It looks old as hell. It just has a singular hand outstretched.
And it's a hand outstretched like this, right?
Sorry, like what?
There's a hand outstretched like this, right?
Yeah, it's like a hand outstretched, like asking for something.
Yeah. As every part of Emberlin's brain has already worked this out, it's fire. So, in one hand, Emberlin casts Produce Flame, and then does a feckin' Space Dam style jumping slam dunk hand slap low 5. Just like BAM!
Okay. You do and pull your hand away, and the fire just sits in the hand, much like how you do the Produce Flame, where it's just kind of floating above your palm.
Yeah.
And from the other side of the room, you just hear a click.
Yay! We did it! Jam the door!
I mean, you're the one with all the door jams.
Alright, having said, jam the door, I then go, peoples. And then just embarrassedly walk back to the previous door and start tapping the jam in. Feck.
Alright, what do you want to call this room?
I guess this is just the floating aisles, right?
Sure. I mean, you're the one naming them.
Floating Izzle. It's floating, isn't it? Alright. Once the team is together, we open the door tree and see what's next.
All right, next is... where did my notes go? There. So you open the door, and can I have you do a Constitution saving throw for me?
Oh, that That never means good. You said Constitution saving, yeah?
Yeah.
18.
Okay, so you don't immediately vomit. But you open the door and you just get the stench of like rotting flesh and decay and like piss and shit just washes over you. You're just like, oh god. And you look in, and the walls and the ceiling and the floor all appear to be like flesh, like oozing, sticky flesh. On the floor in front of you, there seems to be a swarm of some kind of bugs that are like eating something. And on the far side, there's a door.
Managing to swallow back the vomit before blowing chunks, I look at the other two and just go, no.
I'm gonna roll con checks for both of them. Lanny's. I think actually Lanny's really shit con, so I'm gonna go -1.
Kisa being the only person excited for the flesh bit. All right, good on you, Lanny, keeping it down.
Ironically, Gale's like, just like runs and over the side of the island, just vomits.
I'd like to stop and listen to see if I can hear when that hits, like if there's like a splat.
How long do you want to give that? Also, the stench just keeps going.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'll close the door immediately. I'm gonna I'll give everyone a second to breathe, and we let Gale finish vomiting.
Yeah, so you do that, and Lanny's just like, oh god, what the fuck was that stench? Oh god. And then, like, Gale is vomiting over the edge, and between vomits goes, how is there anything in my stomach?
This doesn't even make sense. Yeah, I'm with Wraith here, Lyris. Setting that room on fire will do nothing to help the situation.
You know what smells worse than fecal matter? Burning fecal matter.
Okay, having given everybody a chance to let their stomachs calm down and breathe a little bit, I open the door again. Yeah, now this makes a good point. Why can I still vomit? Trickster God.
It's fuck you, that's why. Sorry, I've read this one before, so I'm going to reread it quickly just to make sure I have everything right.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, you open the door.
Yeah.
And before you, there is a massive grand throne in about 100 or so foot long room. And like the throne is huge, like bigger than would be comfortable for you to sit in, but not like the golem sized.
I was about to say, is it Brian sized? Is this just another thing to hurt me?
Sitting across at the end is a giant dais with a incredibly gaudy, like, not the current pope, because the current pope is like dialed it back a bit, but just like the most gaudy, audacious throne you have ever seen in your entire life. Like, it is just gold and jewel encrusted, and honestly, the color scheme is terrible. You think, I mean, you don't immediately see another door.
But we're lapsing into the fight music at the moment.
Yeah, sorry, I should.
No worries, no worry.
Let's do this one.
For the meaty, vomitous room, it was entirely appropriate.
Yeah, just.
Okay. Long room, gaudy throne.
Sure. Yep. So yeah,
is there
room
any,
appears to be empty. Other than that,
okay.
There seems to be some like murals, or like not murals, but like tapestries on the walls. But it's kind of hard to see from like this angle without going up and inspecting them.
Okay. Good news. Nothing vomit-worthy so far. I'm going to tap a door jam in. So, propping this one in, we head into the long throne room. I'm going to give it a slow inspection. I want to have a look at some of these tapestries and see if there's anything untowards.
Right. Can you give me
Oh, no.
an investigation check?
Oh, yes. 20. Not nat, but just 20.
They all appear to depict somebody who's clearly supposed to be like this gorgeous, like incredibly well-dressed person, mostly speaking to a bunch of other people. But think like any fan art you've ever seen of the Emperor from like Warhammer 40k, just like the pinnacle of perfect human talking to lowly peasants, and like they have like a halo around their head, and a couple times you see them like researching things or like reading a tome and like, yes, clearly.
Okay. It's time to die for the Emperor or die trying. Okay. Let's go inspect the throne. Like, just give it a once around. I'm not touching anything just yet, but there's something unsettling about all of this.
Me. Where is it? And here's where I get to use my fancy voice mod. As you approach within about 30 feet of the throne, you hear a booming voice echo out from nowhere and everywhere.
Okay.
The terrifying, beautiful, powerful, gorgeous, passionate, diligent, overwhelming, vigorous, enchanting, mysteriously sensual, fearless, invincible Grey Duke.
Oh, piss me sideways. It's another Duke.
And out from behind the curtain that is behind the throne, you see what appears to be an 8-foot-tall copy of Duke the Duke.
Fuck!
Who comes up and with a lavish flow of his cape sits upon the throne.
You!
You can take George's for this.
Thank is a strong word. You!
Well, hello. Welcome. I see you know of me, but for those of you that seem to somehow do not, I am Duke, the Duke. It is a pleasure to meet me.
You don't recognize me.
I meet so many people. Who are you again?
My name is Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers. Does that ring a bell? Does that jog your memory at all?
Should it? Are you important? Because if so, you're clearly not important enough for me to remember.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Your Dukeness. May I confer with the colleagues of my court?
It's like, I mean, you are wasting some of my incredibly valuable time, but I will be generous this day and give you a moment.
We are exceedingly grateful, Your Dukiness. Huddle, team huddle, team huddle, team huddle. Getting into a team huddle, but like lower, so that we're all on like dwarf level. Okay, so this guy is Duke the Duke. He was a grifter from it wasn't Tejima J. It wasn't Tejim. Darn it!
I think he was from Tejima, yeah.
He was from Tejima. Okay, he was a grifter from Tejima, specialized in lore of the lower lords. He was also a monstrous asshole, and he got a bunch of people killed. So
including 3 orphans in a trench coat.
Including 3 orphans in a trench coat. So I killed the shit out of him. Like, he went out nasty. And I come up from the huddle and I look at him. I don't know if the Duke is reacting to our huddle at all.
He suddenly, like, you look up and he just has a goblet of wine that he's swirling.
Yeah. Okay, so get back down. Okay. he doesn't recognize me. In which case, where is he being pulled from? Because if he'd recognized me, he'd know I fucking killed him. Like, nasty. Like, it was really bad. Like, imagine, like, the bad way to go, and then worse. So I don't know how the shit we play this. He also appears to be incorporeal-ish, sort of. He looks like he's incorporeal.
No, I mean, like, he looks like he's a person. He's just 8 feet tall.
Oh, okay. He also wasn't that large when I last saw him.
Yeah, he was actually pretty short. He was like 5'6".
Solaris, yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it's the same person, but like... Wait!
And Esmer and the Bean, hello.
Welcome back. Hello, hello. Actually, Loris makes a good point. Midway through a mildly panicked rant to the other two, Emberlyn stops, just has a moment. Friends, can you describe the person you see sitting on that throne? Trust me.
And then he goes, 8 foot tall, real gaudy clothing, currently swirling wine. Just looks like he's very full of himself.
Okay. Gale?
Gale's like, same.
So we're not just seeing something that's been taken from all of our psyches. Look back up again. I'm gonna play along, but like, be prepared to either run or murder. Or both. Coming up from the huddle with the most ridiculously ostentatious smile, like, Your Dukiness, thank you so much for your generosity of granting us time in your presence.
Yeah, so what grand knowledge do you come to me for? Because, as you are, I'm sure aware, I know many, many things. The obscure, the arcane, the historic, the personal judgments. Are you here for me to judge your style? Because, ew. Just, ew. Everything you're doing, no.
Emberlyn cracks for the briefest of seconds. The over-the-top smile kind of goes into a... I managed to shake it off like, oh, Your Dukiness, I did not know I'd get to meet you personally this day. I thought I'd have to deal with a consort of your subjects. So, as you can see, I'm truly underdressed for the occasion.
And you thought going anywhere looking like that was acceptable? That speaks to your personal character, friend, and that makes me not want to call you friend ever again.
Emberlyn once again twitches, like, I really want to kill this guy, but I'm not gonna. Ugh. I'm so sorry, Your Dukiness. But we did. We came seeking knowledge. We came seeking answers that only your great dukey wisdom could provide.
Well, my dukey wisdom is the finest in the land.
He said dukey. I just say it over my
Sorry,
shoulder.
what was that?
Nothing, Your Dukiness. I am a grown-ass man.
I feel like all adults reach a point in their life where they're like, or like, there's a point where like the word dukey is funny, and then it's not for like 2 years, and you're like, ew, come on, guys, and then it's hilarious again.
Oh yes, we just made
or anybody
man
who's not a piece of shit anyway.
say dookie. That's gonna be fine. I also laugh when in meetings anyone says doo-doo, but that's another story. Okay, Jay Bush, you make a good point. We could have the possibility of getting revenge a second time, but this is like Hollow Knight. We're not up against the Duke. We're up against what the Duke thinks he is. We're up against his idealistic ego version of himself. And as anyone who has played through all of Hollow Knight knows, that's a dangerous thing to face. The thing is, we might be able to sweet talk this guy into giving us some useful info. The great thing about the Duke is that he is knowledgeable but not smart. Well, actually, he was pretty savvy. He did screw us out of some cash and some other people, so I can't say that. So, what do you reckon, friendos? What do you reckon? I mean, we could just start with... Ah! Oh. We could pit the Duke against the Goose. Although, if he's able to leave the room. Oh, Dorcas, go away! I'm still sad about that! Alright, hang on. Let me draw us up a Duke room while we're discussing. You said it was like a big, gaudy, long room, right?
Yeah, so it's like 20, 30 feet wide and like 100 and maybe 120 feet long.
Yeah.
There's like a curtain behind the throne.
Yeah.
I'll move this stuff. To make this room bigger.
Yeah, Esmeralda, knowledgeable but egotistical. So I guess for Esmeralda, just to give him enough information to bring up to speed. So Duke,
honestly, just like dude was straight up just a narcissist.
Yeah, he was an arse. Duke was a narcissistic researcher specializing in demon lore, or in this place, the lower lords as they're referred to. We needed some
and specifically, he knew enough that he never actually tried to contact them themselves. He always got other people to contact the lower lords for him because he knew there was always going to be repercussions.
Yeah, he was not good. We encountered him. He screwed us out of a bunch of gold because he's an asshole. Well, actually, he didn't screw us out of money because we smoke stepped out of there, but he tried to. Like he took us like out for fancy foods and then put a bunch of like fake coins and gems on the table to get us to pay for everything. We've never been back.
And then you dined and dashed, yeah.
Yeah, we did. But the reason why we killed him is he sent a team off to investigate like a demonic ruin that included 3 Tabaxi orphans in a trench coat. We got there, and the only person who managed to survive was a Stormbreaker, a special kind of bard who specializes in like protective magic. And they've basically just been playing this one protective spell for days when we got there, just creating a bubble around them so these abominations couldn't tear them asunder like it had the rest of their party. Suffice it to say, we made the Duke pay for it. We killed him messy, like burning hands down the gob messy. And then I
think specifically you cast darkness around him and then just drove Dealbreaker into his heart very slowly.
Oh yeah, and then
and then you fed him to Toothy.
Yeah, then he got eaten by a transforming mimic weapon. You know, as you do.
Like you do.
Right now, we are facing his ego. Now, it stands to reason that despite his getting other people to contact the lower lords, his dabbling in their affairs may have put him on the map. So this might be him, or at least his idealistic version of himself. So here we can say, we can ask him to tell us the stories of these lands, perhaps give us some more information. Sorry to say usual info and rinse and dry. Well, I would usually agree with you, but he's 8 feet tall. Again, this isn't, from my perception, friends, we're not facing the Duke. We're facing what the Duke believed himself to be. His idealistic, narcissistic opinion of himself. And if you've played Hollow Knight, you know what I'm thinking of. Because that boss can fucking do one. And I do not want to do the Memnull equivocant. Tempting as it is. So, again, with the having shaken off the insults thrown out, with another great big ostentatious bow, Emberlyn says, "Dear Duke, we did come seeking answers. Firstly, what is this miraculous place? We have walked the many halls of this land, and have been so fortunate as to come across yourselves. Please, would you enlighten us with knowledge?"
Oh, this drab place, it's a concoction of one of the gods. Not personally one of my preferred gods, but here we are nonetheless. This is Delpha's ever-changing labyrinth. It's where she created a small pocket dimension that has its own rules, or lack thereof, as it were. And, yes, every time you close a door, it cycles to a new room on the other side. Basically, anyone she wants to torture, drive mad, needs to get off the playing field, she throws here. I summer here occasionally. The randomness and the thrill of figuring out something new about each room intrigues me to some extent. But I do get bored with it, so again, I really summer here.
Then, our dear Duke, by what means do you leave? For while we are graced with your presence, all three of us, we do have works to attend to that we might impress you with. In the outside.
Oh, well, I do think one such as yourself would not be skilled enough to find your way out of the maze, let's be honest. It takes a great manner of intellectual prowess and a little luck, just a little bit of luck, and the knowledge of the labyrinth itself.
Oh, and of course, this is why we have come to you, oh Duke. Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill him again. Oh, Duke.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. Of course,
because it sounded like you said you wanted to kill me.
Of course not. I'm so sorry. We've gone through some very dry rooms earlier. I'm sure it's seasonal. Please continue, my Duke.
I mean, there's, as far as I can tell, hundreds of rooms in this place. I've mapped a fair bit of them, but sadly, there seems to be no writing movements anywhere in this accursed place, so it's all just up here.
Which was your favorite?
My favorite... Honestly, the center of the labyrinth is quite nice. The chap there is... I forget his name, because couldn't be bothered. But he's quite pleasant.
Friends, I don't know. I am holding back everything to not just super murder this guy 8 ways from Sunday. And I don't even know that we can. Like I said, this is not a fight I think we can win. I don't know. I don't even know he's been put here of his own volition. I think he is essentially a jumped up copy designed to mess with us. This is the eternal torture, is having to bow to this great big pompous arsehole. I mean, sorry, we could try getting him to draw a map, but the thing we know about the labyrinth is that it's only sections that have been kept together that stay together. So, like, unless he's been doing the same thing we've been doing, which is, like, door jamming whole sections, then sadly... Does Lanny have Fireball? Yeah, I'm just worried that, like, he's going to hand Wavium the Fireball and just chuck it back at Larry. Like, that this is the Duke's pocket dimension of nonsense.
I like that you, both in-game and out-of-game, get his name wrong, like, every time. Both intentionally and non-intentionally.
I am not a good friend. I've called him Lenny, Larry, Lanny.
At least you haven't called him Leslie at this point.
What was it? Your weakest versus our weakest. Go get him, Leslie. That's a joke that I stole. Okay.
You two called him Lammy once. That's right.
Lammy! Oh, Lamb Chop is an eldritch horror. Right.
Also, I think she's dead.
How can you kill that which has no life?
Okay, she has passed on to a different plane of chaos. I'm pretty sure she is anyway.
Canonically. Alright. Alright, friends, yeah, this is definitely the point where... Oh, no, that was zooming out. This is definitely the point where I will take... Sorry, this is the point where we've got to put our heads together. Because there is genuinely the possibility that Sky has info for us. If he is made of this maze, he might not be able to say anything, but if he has baked in him the knowledge of the space, that could be a whole thing. Okay, you see what I'm saying? Like, if it's the knowledge that the Duke thinks he has of himself, he might actually be able to guide us through. We've just got to not fucking kill him. So I don't know how to play this. Do you know what I mean? Excuse me. Okay. Because the other thing that we know about Duke is that he's going to want things in exchange. We don't have a lot to... We don't really have anything to offer. Bro, it's like... Just shank him. Adam's asking, why don't we kill him as torture off the table? Well, so Adam, usually, yes. In fact, the real Duke was killed by us. And if you scroll up, Dorchus posted how we killed him, and it was brutal. Because they got children killed, and messed with us, and were an arsehole. So we cast Darkness, but then used Thermagy to make our eyes glow through the dark. Stab them slowly with Deal Breaker, and then, yeah, cast Burning Hands on them. And then fed them to a Mimic. That last part was more for show than for anything else.
That was more for cleanup, really.
Yeah. I mean,
it's just, we need to get rid of this body. Oh, look, Mimic that eats things.
And it was pre-cooked as well. It's not going to hurt Toothy's little tum-tum.
Toothy doesn't give a shit if it's cooked.
Toothy gives no fucks.
Yeah, that was a dark episode. He also burned his house down after that.
Okay, look. Right. Like, vengeful pyromaniac. I like to think, Emblem doesn't just shank every person they come across. Like that dwarf we found today, who had also been screwed over by a trickster god. What did we do? We went out of our way to help them first. We're not villains. But Duke did bad and crossed us. Yeah. Cooked food, raw food, wet food, dry food, living, dead. Toothy don't care. Fred, okay, Fred, a good afternoon to you. Fred's asking if we've set anything on fire that hasn't meant to be heated yet. No, but there has been fire. Medical fire. I like the term medical fire. I've got to remember that one. Okay. So what do we...
Yeah, true. Technically you did shank the dwarf, but it was in a medical healthy way.
Yeah. So Adam, the reason why I'm not just immediately fucking up this guy's day, despite every fibre of my being wanting to, is because, again, this isn't him. He wasn't an 8-foot super genius Adonis. He was, 5'6", and an arsehole. Like a narcissistic arsehole. But this isn't him. This is what he thinks of himself. This is the creature his ego would have him believe that he is.
Sorry, Prolo with surgical incineration. I want that to be a spell somehow.
Yeah. Although, weirdly, my brain doesn't actually go to messed up things. It goes to the idea of having, like, that, the bit from Avatar. The little, like, jet of fire out the fingers, but using it for, like, actual medical stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Solaris, we're fighting his ego, not him. And again, if you've played through all of Hollow Knight, you know what I'm saying. We need to not fuck with this. Yeah, so Fred, we're dealing with an egotistical monster right now. And I'm trying to work out how best to play it. Now, really, we should... See, this is the thing. What we should do is bow and scrape and see how much information we can get out of him. But it is very difficult, let me tell you. Alright. And it's going back into the sinister music. I don't know if I brought it there.
Yeah, it's just this is the D&D dungeon playlist, so it just cycles through things.
All right. Now, do we have anything on our personage for bribery?
Can you really shank with an axe? I think you can shank with an axe. You're not pointy enough.
With enough velocity, I think you could. Although, is it too large? At that point, isn't it just like an uncomfortable impaling?
That's just hacking at that point, I think.
Well, no. So rather than like swinging in, so I'm talking about like instead of jabbing at someone with enough velocity going in like that, like that could count as.
Yeah, I guess you could like.
It's
enough.
It's not good.
It's also just not the optimal way to use the weapon. Like.
No. Well, this conversation got weird fast. All right. Yeah, you can shank with an axe if you try hard enough. I believe that's our group decision. Okay. That sound you hear, friends, is my brain trying to get into gear to work through this without resulting in super duper murder. Okay, so Duke the Duke was saying that their favourite room so far has been the one with the gentleman. I tell you, Prolo, if Toothy were here, if Hex was with us, oh boy, that would be entertaining. But then, what if his ego is strong enough to? You know what? We're getting way off into the weird. All right, we want to be doing a murder. Excuse you. What the? I'm so sorry, friends. I'm so sorry. Lyrus does make a good point that our axe currently houses an old god. Now, I would try and unleash him, but the one thing the old god was saying is that they are bored. The old god has been dealing with boring, slow, mad prey with no sense of... with no thrill of the fight, no thrill of the hunt. And if I unleash him on the ego version of Duke the Duke, he's going to be like, cool, you just got me bigger and slower. Like, I asked you specifically to stop with the slow and the mad, and you gave me slower and madder. Oh, Wraith, fuck off! I did my best! Wraith was like, if only we had someone on our team who'd be bigger and stronger than the Duke. I miss Brian too, alright? I miss Brian too. Alright. Yeah, Fred, you're right. We've got to play this like Starscream that's pander to the ego. So I asked him what his favourite room was. What else? Can our wizard friend use illusion spells? That's not a bad shout. No, I think, as much as it utterly pains me, friends, I think we've got to go with... You know what? Let's come up with some plans, friends. Baron, I've got to make a monstrous tit of myself, unfortunately.
No, you don't.
Oh, fuck! Baron says no. I keep telling people they need to use the communication lines. Ah! No. Ah! Oh wow. This is a fucking war. Baron has said no. Double hit. Friends, I don't make the rules here. Harmonious with wellity.
just waiting for someone else to do another one.
Why the old gods and the new. Even Moose was backhanded away. Yeah, Wraith, I'm sorry about the late starts. I'm gonna try and get it back to... Try and get it back to a decent time again. Because I have missed everybody.
Also, apparently the Popo are coming, so...
Okay, everything is popping off right now. Dingwall is bringing a raid in. What ho, friends? Hello, hello! Nikki 6, Spring Moss. Dingwall, what ho and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. Oh, and Wraith, I know you didn't mean it as a call out. I feel guilty about it. It's not like you were giving me shite. And Nikki 6, thank you for the follow. We're currently trying to decide what to do with the egotistical version of Duke the Duke Duke, as we are currently trapped in a pocket dimension Goose Maze. How are you? Baron, if you want to take a bathroom break, I'll bring Nikki and people up to speed.
I'm just waiting for someone else to try to make you dab again.
Dorchers, the animated friendos have been here for like a month. You gotta come hang out more. There's the spinning dab emote. There's the friendos. There's the vibrating will face.
I feel like we need a somehow animated like OMG Emberlyn emote somewhere.
Just Emberlyn.
Well, because we have the... Where is it?
Oh, my face.
Yeah, the shook.
I mean, we can throw it in. It can happen. Okay, so I guess we're taking a teeny tiny break. So, Dingwall, how was your stream? What's going on? Yeah, you'll get to see the... I'll just go quickly to studio.
I'm gonna duck out and take a quick restroom break while you welcome people in.
Yeah, we do actually... So the thing is, friends, do we want Emberlyn moving or do we want Emberlyn static? Because I think I've got the Emberlyn... I think I've got the Emberlyn logo somewhere. I might have to ask for it again. Oh, I don't actually have it, so I'll have to wait for Baron. Dingwall, to be honest, had a lot of vodka, and it's gone 1 AM, so probably going to raid and crash. Hey, no worry. Thank you for bringing your crew in, and I really hope you have a lovely rest of your weekend, alright, friend? Over here, it's been our monthly D&D game, which is Memory Equals Null. If this is your first time encountering it, the premise is simple. It's me and all of you lot playing D&D together. So we have one character who at the beginning of the campaign was a completely blank character sheet. You know, a character literally with amnesia. And we've been taking him through this whole adventure. Yeah, I don't... I mean, Kisa, if you can do it, like, feckin' yo. Oh, Dingwall managed to finish Man-Eater this evening. Lovely! Obviously, because sharks are my greatest fear, I've not returned to it, but, like, narratively, I'm genuinely curious about it, and I really do want to have another crack at it. I just don't know how I'm going to do that without having a small meltdown. So, like, Kisa, if you want to give that a go, I don't know where the Emberlyn original is. To El Seni as well, thank you kindly for the follow. Because I've got one emote slot and I've got 2 animated slots left. So, like, Kisa, we can do this. A Dingwall, if there was a mode in Maneater to replace the sharks with puppies, that would be amazing. But yeah, so to those of you who've just joined us, this is like a collaborative D&D game, so feel free to make suggestions, comment, ask questions. Baron, the transparent Emberlin that you've got, would you mind throwing that in, I guess, Creation Celebration or something?
I don't honestly remember who made it. Somebody made it and sent it to me, and I saved it. I'm trying to remember who even sent it to me. I want to say, who was it?
I've been blanking on it as well, and I, like an idiot, didn't save a copy local. Oh, wait, cool. Sorry, I hope your painting stuff's going real well. Could it be Moose?
It might have been Moose.
All right.
Yeah, the Tiefling will.
I also need to go for a monstrous piss. So I'll be back in just a second. But yeah, if we find this, either I can add it as a static image, as a static emote on the back end, or I can do one of the auto animates, which is like the ones where it either like spins or shakes or moves left to right. Because Kisa was like, what if we did the everything's fine? So like the Emberlin face with fire behind. That could be very funny if it's readable. So. Oh, Dork just threw their copy in Creation Celebration. Brilliant. All right, I'll be back in just a second. If you have any questions, throw them at Baron, and then he go anywhere.
Yeah, I know I've got it saved somewhere. I just don't remember who sent it to me initially. Because I made the joke, like I used this as a will token for a while, and then someone just took the image and burned it. So. I really wish I could remember who the hell gave me that. Actually, it might have actually just been thrown into like dice and get more dice. Looking. No? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. So yes, if you all have questions that aren't spoilery, feel free to throw them my way, but I also know that a lot of people are also probably using this time to, go hit the restroom, which, good for you. But yeah. Glad y'all are enjoying Memnol. Been fun to run. I have ideas for next season, but also I don't think we're particularly close to finishing this season, so we'll see. But I have ideas. Honestly, don't know where I saved my copy of the Emberlin. Probably just sitting in my downloads folder somewhere. It's actually not. It might be in my Memnol stuff. So I found what the original image was called. Let's see if... as image... Oh, it's torches. Yeah, at least. Oh, that was today. Right. Let's see. Yeah, it's not showing up in anything else. Oh, there's more pages. Oh, it's harmful rays. Thank you. Because it's fucking hilarious and I love it. Like, it's so good. Where's my mouse? There it is. Just what? It's a damn good edit. Intense combat music. Also, I'm very, very excited to show y'all some of the minis that I've been painting recently. I haven't pasted the last, like, posted. Yeah, words are hard. The last, like, 6 mini that I've painted. But I am very excited. I've gotten fairly good at blending colors together into different colors. And I'm excited. I also really need to figure out, I bought just like a batch bulk mini thing off like eBay, and the sculpts are fantastic, but I have no idea who makes them. The bottom says LMM, but I can't, I've like tried to Google it. Oops. So I throw the mini. I cannot for the life of me. There's mine. I cannot for the life of me figure out who, oh, you can't. See there. Yeah, LMM. And I have no idea who the fuck that is, but like these sculpts are great, and like honestly, every single one of these minis is fantastic. If anybody's picks, most of the pictures of my minis are on my Instagram. I haven't posted the last few, partially because I've been lazy, and partially because a couple of them are GIFs, including one for Will. Lin-Manuel Miranda, maybe? Let's do a quick Google. Oh, you're joking. Okay.
Hello, hello. Sorry for the wait, friend.
So apparently the original Will Shook Tiefling version was Harmful Rays.
Ah, God, we haven't seen them in a donkey's age.
Yeah.
Which we may be able to make one now. Or Kisa, are you going to have a faff with it? Because I can add a vibrating tiefling this very moment. We can do that. We have the power. Oh, excuse me. We have the power. I was trying to work out why I was failing to word so hard, and I realised I probably haven't had water in a couple of days. So that's why it took so long. Is I was like, I got to get to agua.
You got yourself one of these.
I had one in worlds past.
Also, now it's just got like stickers of people I like. So it's like Twitch. That's Rook of the Raven, who does great D&D notebooks. This is my favorite coffee place, Anchorhead Brewing. It's Death Metal Kyle. These are all Shraiku emotes. That's the drawing PC.
Effectively.
And the obligatory Twitch Prime thing that you get at every Sobo when those were a thing.
Ah, yes. Something that feels like 1,000 years ago now.
But also somehow yesterday.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna use one of the animated slots for now. I hope that this is...
somehow we missed seeing half of it because I guess you changed seats or something.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So, Twitch, Rook of the Raven, Anchorhead Brewing, Death Metal Kyle. These three are all Shraiku. And then that's the drawing PC.
I need to get some from good old DMK.
I think I got those from him in person at one of the TwitchCons. I also bought one of the very, very, very limited edition vinyls off of him.
As you are an individual of taste. Sorry, friends. Whilst the Fafamancy is currently ongoing, so good old DMK is the person that did both the original Season 1 and Season 2's musical introductions. And they're very good.
Which, for the record, I did tip them a shit ton, but they very undercharged me every time. Because I asked for like a 60, or like, I think I asked for a 30-second clip of audio, and every single time they've sent me like a minute and a half.
Unfortunately, the Emberland image is not a square, so I can't do an easy upload of it.
Yeah. If push comes to shove, I can faff with it after show. Anyway, we should get back into it.
Yes, my apologies. Alright, so, when last we left our heroes, they were dealing with the idealistic version of Duke the Duke, a truly fearsome arsehole of a creature. He claims to have knowledge, he claims to be able to make his way in and out. Whether that's true or not is another matter. Obviously, we all want to do him a murder, but that's not necessarily the smartest move. So, what do we do? Now, Fred's suggesting, like, we just go full Starscream arse-kissing, which is against Emberlin's nature, but so is getting stuck in a fucking maze for all eternity. So I'm trying to think. Like, now, if we're going full Starscream, someone said the Duke versus the Goose. It could work. But that would mean leading the Duke through all of our different areas. And if he has, like, the idealistic Duke's powers, I don't know if I want to unleash him. Like...
So you could ask him how to get to the room that he claimed was his favorite. You could...
Yep.
Try and just shank him. You could just reset this room.
Perhaps we should take the pointers from the Duke and never see him again. Like, this whole room is definitely making both me and Emberlyn uncomfortable because it's being smart enough to know a fight against this big bad word might result in our death. And Moose does make a very good point that he might not know anything.
But also being incredibly vague is kind of the Duke's thing.
Yeah,
he wants to make sure that you know that he knows things, but is very reluctant to give up information.
Indeed. But he did know his shit when it came to the lower lords.
It just took you killing him and then going through his notes to figure anything of that out.
You know what? I'm going to go with Lyris's suggestion, which is Feck this guy, let's reset it, and if we see him again, we'll see if he remembers us. So, Emberlyn, having grinned and smiled, just drops all pretense and just stands up straight and goes, ugh. Just turns to Lanny and Gale. It's like, friends, I'm good, but I can't do this. Let's just go back and, the old upsy daisy. And Emberlyn starts walking towards the door.
Scout, no. Where are you going? Come and chat some more. I have a wealth of knowledge to give to you.
Turning on a heel, Emberlyn's cool composure gone. Now listen here, you jumped up bejeweled pillowcase. I don't think you know shit about shit. You didn't before, and I don't think you do now, because if you did, you wouldn't be here! I am so done with you! On that plane, on this plane... Why? And Emberlyn storms off.
I know everything. I choose to be here. This is my summer home. You come back here now, young man.
Emberlyn is doing a full-on toddler stamp out the room, like, fuck, god damn it, shit, fuck.
Can you roll me a wisdom saving throw?
Oh, shit the bed. Saving throws, wisdom. 12.
12. All right. His voice alters. You recognize that he's like using thaumaturgy to like alter his voice. But in a voice that you recognize, but you cannot remember why. He just, in this like deep, booming voice, he says, "Child." And you can continue going if you want, but you involuntarily stop for like half a step.
Emberlyn turns around, attempting to gain composure. He goes, alright. I'll drop the bullshit if you drop the bullshit. But, Prolo, I want you to know, I am listening, I hear you. It might be axe time.
Can you roll a history check for me? It's going to be fairly hard.
18.
Okay, or you could just get an 18. That's fine, too.
Where the fuck was that when I needed it?
It was the voice from when you did the visions with the orb. The, like, black voice telling the Dragonborn things. It was that voice.
Okay. Alright. So, yeah, I continue with the... I haven't unhooked the axe yet, but I'm thinking about it. And just being like, okay, fine. You cut the shit, I'll cut the shit. Who are you, really?
He stands and, like, quaffs his cloak and says, I am Duke the Duke. How could you not know who I am? I am known throughout the lands as one of the most intelligent, suave, attractive, persuasive individuals in the entire land.
Well, that's impossible. Because my name is Emberlyn Burns, and I'm the person that killed the Duke, so who in the hot hell are you?
Well, if you did, A, I don't remember that, and B, clearly didn't stick, so you must be bad at your job.
I will set you on fire again.
You are welcome to try.
Look, I don't know if I've ever actually met the lower lords. I don't know if I've truly met with demons. There's a thing about fecking around with trickster gods. But I know you ain't who you say you are. So again, please, you cut the shit and we will too.
He puts his hands behind his back and steps down off the dais slowly and goes, little Kimberlin, was it? I meet a number of people, and it's very hard to keep them all straight, if I'm being honest, because, let's be honest, they're not particularly important. Unlike me, I am quite important. And he begins, like, circling. Well, like, very slowly, very deliberately.
Yeah.
But I do vaguely recall some things about you, a few things here or there. You know, where you came from, who you really are. Those kind of minor things.
Honestly, I'm thinking just yelling to Lanny, like, hey, Lanny, see what a counterspell does to this Mother Hubbard. See if we're dealing with some tiny-ass gremlin here.
So at this point, he's gotten from, like, if where he was noon, he's now at, like, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, AR makes a real good point. This does feel like the same circle maneuver that Dalfa pulled on us. Yeah, and I'm definitely with Lyris and Proto on this one. And as he's doing his circle, it's like, oh god, again with the monologuing. Look, I know you are taking us for a wheelie flying boat ride of nonsense right now, and as I'm sure is evident, it is exceedingly frustrating. You remember, you don't remember. You know, you don't know. Would it be so agonizingly painful for you to have just a straight-up conversation? Like, Emberlyn is genuinely, frustratedly livid.
Well, you'll have to excuse me, and I do apologize. It is genuinely difficult to have conversations with someone with such a inconceivably small intelligence in compared to who I actually am, and so I'm trying to dumb it down for you as much as I can, but that is difficult. As they continue to circle.
Alright, yeah. The circling.
That's a great emote. Who says that? Oh, let's go Pirates. Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
Thor's got it down pat. Keys is like, a lot of people are suggesting to trip him.
He's a good, like, 10 feet away from you at this point. It's not like again, this is like a 30-ish foot wide room and you're in the middle, so, like, he's giving you a decent berth.
Alright, friends, we're about to do something really fucking stupid. So... Oh no, here's what I'm thinking, friends. Darkness, Shadow Step, Axe Time, let's go. Slap fight! Now, the thing that's worrying me is that we're getting circled, right? So, let's just assume, just roughly, like, you know, we were here, he's come down off the dais, and is kind of circling around us. Eventually, he's going to be between us and the door. And I'm with you all there, like, this feels more like some Dalfa tier nonsense than anything else. Yeah, so Tiny Emberlyn. Hello, Tiny Emberlyn. How are you doing? So, him slamming the door behind us, or like kicking out the door jam and some shite, I can see him pulling that maneuver.
Sorry, just for reference, he's currently about here.
But he's been...
Sorry, the throne is here. So he's like here. Sorry, I got that backwards in my head.
Yeah, and everyone's alarm bells are starting to ring. Like, he is absolutely trying to goad us, but I don't get into goading us into doing what.
Actually, it would be this way. Because he went noon to 9. What would you want to do?
Yeah, this is definitely spooking me out, friends. So, here's what I want to do. So, he's been said, like, you of lower intelligence, and Emberlyn just in an absolute, stamping their foot in genuine infuriation. On the stamp, I'd like to cast, well, we're calling it, Smoke Step, but basically Shadow Step. So, or was it Mist Step? I forget.
It's Misty Step, normally we chose Smoky Step instead.
Yeah. So I want it... this is like a reaction, like almost like an angry tantrum. So blinking from here to here.
Okay.
Just like, fuck! Why are you always like this? Gale, head back in there. Lanny, you too.
They scream, no, you will stay! And I need you to roll for initiative.
Fuck sticks. Oh, fuck every kind of dark. Do you want to do another scene for like movement and fighty stuff? Because I kind of just drew this as we did.
Yeah, and I realized I should have pinged the Shadow League to draw this room earlier, but I didn't. So let me throw together the room real quick.
Do I don't need to select the token this time. I can just roll for initiative.
Give me 1 second.
All right. I'd like to formally apologize to Prolo and a few others. We should have just leaping jump axed this guy in the face. But I think that was the intent. I think the intent has always been to goad us into a fight. You know what I mean? But what's the most annoying character we've encountered? What's the one bastard that has driven us to violence in the past? Duke, the Duke.
So,
honestly, Kisa, the circling didn't make me think he was going to fight. The circling made me think that he was going to pull some bullshit, like slam the door behind us. And be like, oh, now you're trapped in my summer house. Oh, no. That feels very Duke-ish.
okay, so there's that. And actually, you're way up here.
I did
So
like
the door.
I did like the idea of Emberlyn legit losing their temper, like that it wasn't like it wasn't a misty step out of like careful consideration. It was just rage and frustration.
here. Let's get not that.
No help, only angry. Well,
God, Roll20 is just shitting itself today.
it's the thing of like, anytime we get into this stuff on like the evenings and weekends, it's like everything's all happening all at once. You'd think after this far into lockdown, they'd be like, let's get a couple more servers on the weekend, you know?
You'd fucking think so. Sure, we'll use this. Okay, so scale. This is really caps lock, please. This is Lanny. All right, so if why? I don't know why there's still these two. Okay, so if you would please select your token and then roll initiative.
Alrighty. Renmon, with a lot of places like Roll20 and stuff, they're already using virtual servers, so they're just giving either like Amazon or Google more money. Alright.
They do use AWS.
Alright, 13 for Emberlyn.
All right, so D20 plus what is so.
Just making sure we can see her right.
Beat the Dukes to a pulp and rage. Dragonborn rage, burn his gingerly to dust and ash.
Don't kill puppies. What's wrong with you?
No, to a pulp! Sorry. Thank you for a feckin' 1,000 bits, you ledge. I can't promise you much, but I can promise you I will do my absolute darndest to char whatever this facsimile is of infuriation and obnoxiousness. The Duke dies twice tonight. Also, you managed to take the yellow on that one, so congrats.
Lanny. Wow, Lanny got pretty good. And then Gale. Actually, it's 2. Okay, Gale fucking nat 20 that.
It's all that wonderful magical healing that I gave him, you know, all that great medical attention.
It's just. I think it's just. It's all the adrenaline still in their body, just. Oh god!
Still ready to jump.
But Gale also doesn't know what the fuck is going on, so they're actually just going to back up to about here.
Okay.
And then pass the turn. And Lanny is going to move over here and cast. Oh god, what the fuck? I did.
That's where we find out Lanny's just got like an I win spell, a spell that breaks face.
No, Lanny is going to cast Magic Missile with all 3 going towards Duke, because it's. I think Magic Missile is. Just double checking the damage on Magic Missile. So 3, 4 plus 3.
Laris, cheers for putting the pint glass go, and Asari, cheers for the 100. You feckin' legends!
So yeah, Lanny steps back and casts Magic Missile, all 3 missiles seeking out, like, you know, Hydra Strike missiles going out and then down and slamming into Duke. Doing a not insignificant amount of damage.
Alright.
And then there's Emberlyn Burns' turn. What would you like to do?
like... I feel like we need to play this smart. Like, I feel like we should hex him before we start breaking his face. You know, because that has saved our ass in the past. So yeah, I'm gonna chuck a hex on him. Sorry, I didn't mean to click that previous roll. I was trying to get the I was trying to get this bit.
Yeah, you're fine.
Because it's very confusing. Damn it! No.
So they are. Oh, you just get to do it. Like you get to hex anyone you want.
Okay. Considering the second one was much larger, we can just go from the first one. Because.
Well, so hex itself, you place it. So hex itself, you put it on them, and then anytime you deal damage to them after that, you do extra damage.
Okay, cool. I
hex itself does not do damage initially.
Okay. So it's just roll 20 being a bit weird. Okay.
Yes. So they're hexed.
And... Oh.
That was your bonus action. You still have a full action.
Wait, I can still...
Yeah, hex is a bonus action. You hex them, and then you can cast a spell, and you can move. Or move and then do an action.
Oh, decisions! Ooh, what to do? I mean, I'm thinking, like, a good old Eldritch Blast. Not a bad shout. Lyris, we could call out the old gods. That... Oh... We could try calling them out.
Can you do an intelligence check for me? Just a straight intelligence check.
Sure. Two. Adrenaline's running.
You're not entirely sure how you would even do that. Like...
Bibbidi bobbidi, let's get stoppity!
Yeah, like you have no idea. You're like, they're in the axe, you think. You don't know if you can call them out, or if they're there until they're out of this dimension, or if they're even willing to help you. Like, it's like they're in the axe, that's all you know. Like, you feel free to try, just you don't know off the top of your head how to, or even if you can, get help from this elder deity.
You know what? Let's hit him with Burning Hands now while there's nothing else in the way. So, after casting Hex, opening up with both hands and just unleashing a torrent of flames.
Are you close enough?
There used to be a thing where you could just pop open the description in... Let me look in my call book. I think Burning Hands is in the call book. Yeah, okay, so it's 15-foot cone.
You'll have to step forward a tiny bit. Because he's 20 feet away.
I'll risk it for a biscuit, so I'll take that step forward and then unleash Burning Hands. So just, fuck you!
Alright, go ahead and roll damage. I think damage, or Burning Hands is, they have to do a dex save?
Dexterity saving throw. They get half on pass.
Plus... No. Okay, roll damage.
Alright. And anything flammable does get caught, so like, for flavor, can we have some of those tapestries start burning? Is that allowed?
Tapestry, because they're outside the range, tapestries are actually technically outside of the range.
Oh, bugger! I mean,
like, because you're hitting him on the edge of the spell.
But on the plus side, he gets to see the flame plumes coming at him. Alright, so that is... Oh, and we get to do plus 1d6. Plus 1d6. Because that's the hex. Because I miss our hex. Fuck! 14! Get Tifek!
Alright. You do this, and they seem to take way less damage than you think they should have for that.
Big meep.
Like they like shield their face from the fire, but like you're like that should have done it. But oh, they're just like kind of perturbed.
Piss.
What, do you want to move anymore? You still have 25 foot of movement.
I'm gonna move back a little bit. But honestly, this is more a nervous reaction, just like a oh shit. Okay, we need to get ready.
All right, so that's your turn.
Yeah.
All right, so the Duke. Let's see, what all does Duke have?
Oh, it's weird. There's a little post-it on his character sheet that just says everything.
So 5, 10. They're gonna get up to here. No, they're gonna go to here, and then they're gonna cast. Let me pull it up.
Ah!
Can you roll me a Constitution saving throw?
Okay, saving throw, Constitution. 18.
Okay, so you're gonna take half damage.
No.
So you take 5 force damage as they cast Thunder Wave and attempt to like push you back into the wall.
Oh god. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh.
But since you saved, like it hits you, but you like stand your ground and you're not pushed back. And that's their turn. Gale still doesn't know what the fuck is going on and is still unarmed, so they're just gonna go over here.
You know what? That's. I don't think we'd be doing fighty fights.
Lanny, once again, I think they're gonna step over this way a little bit, and then they're gonna cast Magic Missile again. So they take 8 damage. And then it is your turn again. What would you like to do?
Alright, so friends, I'm in 2 minds. One, Eldritch Blast gives us a little bit of breathing room if we hit. But it might be time to bust out the axe. Like, I don't know what this thing is, because it is definitely not a person. It's not just Duke the Duke, right? Yeah, it could be Dalfa, and the axe might be able to do him enough of a special kind of hurt to make him go question mark, question mark. Orchazini, I can, but by my understanding, Smoky Step's a proper spell. So it's not like, it's not a minor action like Hex, right?
I believe it's a full action, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's a full action. I know, Smoky Step is it's a bonus action, so yeah, you could attack and then Smoky Step away. So yeah, you could attack and then Misty Step, but you're also burning through
Yep.
spell slots at that point.
And only for a small amount. Yeah, Lyris, or Smoky and Backstab. Now, the best maneuver would be...
Backstab does nothing if you're not a rogue. Just throwing that out there.
Also, Gale's way out there, and if we left them to their fate in this room, that would be a monstrous dick move. And that's not how we be. This is the time of vengeful pyromania. Clank, I don't know if we can arm Gale and attack. I think we get to do one or t'other. Though I do think screaming, Gale, get over here, we can at least throw him a fucking gun or something. You know? They could at least be a little useful. Alright. Yeah, Laris, you're right. Last time I tried to use the axe on Dalfa, she just blocked it. So I get...
You're also not 100% sure this is an alpha.
Yeah, when... Alright, now we've gotta go for it, so...
Can you summon the goose? Can you ever control a goose?
Right?
They're geese.
They're beyond
shit.
They're beyond this world. Alright. With rage and fury, Emblem unhooks the god killer and just tries to bury it right into this bastard's chest. So that is the two-hander. I forget how we roll for this one. It's just click on the name, then on damage if it hits, right?
Wait, just double check. Yeah, so click on Battle Axe two-handed, the name, and it'll roll the attack, and then if you hit, you click the damage in the chat box.
Right. 7.
7. So yeah, you swing up and down, and Duke the Duke just sidesteps.
And then just like, as the axe is down, be like, Gale! Use a little bit of help over here!
Right.
I don't think there's anything else. If we move, we disengage. If we use Smoky Step now, we might need it a little bit later.
So you're done?
I can't think of what else we can do, friends. Yeah. I guess I'm done.
All right. The Duke. The Duke is going to pull out a short sword and take a swing at you. What's your AC?
It is 12.
Ooh,
Fuck,
yep,
every
they definitely hit.
This wasn't a crit.
All right, you take 5 piercing damage as they pull their sword and then slam it into your side.
Oh, felt that in the cheap seats.
That is all they're going to do for now. It is Gale. Gale, after your cry, musters their courage and goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. But that's all they have moving for because they're short. Yep. Lanny, who I believe still has spell slots, is going to do another magic missile for 11 damage. Damn.
Hard carry, Lanny.
Lanny MVP. It is your turn, Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen members.
Okay. And like,
can I get you to roll an Arcana check for me?
yeah, sure. 4.
Okay,
I
never
have
mind.
no fucking clue what's going on. Is there... Okay, friends, do we have anything that will allow us to do 2 main actions? Because what I'd like to do is take another swing with this feckin' axe and then buzz him with the feckin'... with an Eldritch Blast, because that does push him back, giving us a little bit of breathing room, you know? But I can't think of any abilities we have that let us do 2 big things.
No, I don't think you're high enough level for that yet.
Yeah, I think we're just... we barboo.
Because you are level 5, but it's still like that's right as you're starting to go into the I'm a fucking badass phase. Like 5 to 8 is where you start going, and now I'm overpowered.
Yeah. Okay. And the thing is, like, we do have Hellish Rebuke, but I think that'll be the last of our big fancy spells, right?
I think so. I'd have to double check.
Because Hellish Rebuke, he's hit us, so we're well within our well within our rights. Oh no, we have to. Oh, so Hellish Rebuke is a response to being damaged, so let's save that one.
Also, you've used you have one level 1 spell and you've used it. Use Hex.
It's the we got 2 level 2.
You can burn a level 2 spell to use it.
Okay.
But then you can't use Darkness or Smoky Step again. And also, yeah, Hellish Rebuke is a reaction, not a active. Dorch says yes, but you still, if I remember correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you still have to abide by spell slot rules, which is weird. Like, you still have spell slots. It's, I don't know, Warlocks are fucking weird. And I should have recapped what they can do.
You know what? I'm going to go for an Eldritch Blast just to give us a little bit of breathing room.
Okay.
Yeah, so ranged spell attack. Let's go!
So 1d20 plus 7.
Is that my roll?
Yeah, 1d20 plus 7.
Jesus.
I think it should be on your character sheet. I think it's if you go over to core. Eldritch Blast, yep. There's an Eldritch Blast from there. Although we need to change this. This is actually fire damage, not force. We changed it.
Wait, it says 1d10. Like, I'm happy to take a 1d20 damage, but like...
Sorry, it's 1d20 to hit, and then if you hit, it's 1d10.
Oh, okay. Oh, and so the plus 7 is to hit.
Yes.
Okay, because I was like, if I'm rolling like a potential 27 damage, when did I become awesome at Eldritch Blast? All right.
Yeah, sorry, it's to hit and then 1d10 is that plus whatever damage.
Okay, so to hit, 26.
You hit. All right.
Okay, now it's 1d10, but then it's the
plus your necrotic damage.
1d6. All right. And they get pushed back 10 feet. So, Hadouken! 9 damage.
Again, seems like they're not taking the full damage, but they do get pushed back 10 feet.
Okay.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a thought, I had a ponder. Yeah.
Yeah, so they like do the like cross their arms in front of them as you do this. Like they push back 10 feet. They return the 10 feet. Can I get you to roll a Constitution saving throw once again?
Constitution's been not bad so far. And remains amazing! Nat 20!
All right. So you take 8. Halved, you take 6 damage. And are not pushed back.
1, 2.
As they step up to you and cast Thunderwave again.
Oh.
But you manage to, dig your heels in. Gale, that's again short. 15, 20, they're here.
That's Lanny.
Oh, that's not you're right. That was... I think they were here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And they're just gonna make an unarmed fucking strike against them. Just like going up and just trying to clock them.
That's very dwarven and I like it.
Plus... Nat 20. Okay.
Gale, you legend! Yeah, I'm with Clank. Gale was pissed.
So yeah, Gale runs up. Let me just double check. Yeah. Oh no. Gale runs up and just left hooks into Duke's stomach, and just you hear like it does the stereotypical Emily thunk, and they go boom, and like blood comes out their mouth. They're not down, but Jesus Christ, that was a fucking punch.
Felt that one in the cheap seats.
That's all Gale's got for the moment. So Lanny, one more time.
What you got for us,
with
Lanny?
feeling. Where's the... Yeah. Lanny, once again, just kind of like sidesteps, and as they're doing it, they just unleash another barrage of magic missile, and they all just, go up and around, then down and slam into this person, and they just crumple under the pressure.
Yes! Lyris, I'd love to. I really like the idea of like the tapestry thrown over and then setting it on fire. Like that's the ye olde equivalent of the tire fire attack. But it looks like Lanny's done it. Fucking yeah!
Lanny with the attacks that can't miss strategy.
Like Emberlin's not broken, but we got hurt in that fight, and they are visibly like panting and in pain.
So yeah, they crumple to the ground. Combat is over. Gale had done the follow through and then was ready to fuck, and sits down. We're there, just oh god. Oh god.
What? No, you know what? I'm with Lyris and Asari on this one. Emberlin is still adrenaline going, rage happening. Emberlin starts hacking or trying to hack this thing's head off with the God Killer.
All right. Can you roll me a strength check? Just a straight strength check.
I always forget
It's not
strength.
terribly difficult.
18.
Yeah, no, so you kick the body over because it would fall onto its side. You kick the body over and just axe up, down, and you just hear the ching as your axe hits stone, and the head is just severed. And somewhere in the back of your head, you just hear a chuckle.
Emberlin just, again, looks at the ceiling, just goes... just looking up at the ceiling. Have I got any cantrips for fire?
You have burning hands, I believe.
No, burning's still a level 1.
Burning hands is level 1? That was a cantrip. No, burning hands. Produce flame. Sorry. Produce flames is a cantrip.
So looking up at the ceiling, lets out an exhausted sigh, and without looking, casts create flame on the face, just to cook it.
The detached face just Fuck this thing.
Fuck.
It smells terrible.
I'm not going to acknowledge the smell, but like Emberlin's just going to pretend like it's not there. It's like, I didn't cause this. This isn't my fault.
Stop. But yeah, everyone kind of like backs up and stands like, oh god. Okay, well that was a thing.
That was... For the record, the last time I killed that guy, a lot easier. Like a whole bunch easier.
Gail's like, I'm sorry, you killed that guy before?
Yeah, that's why I was asking you both if you'd seen him. He was a...
Why is he alive then? Or was he alive then? Why was he alive then? Never mind, we're in a fucking labyrinth. I retract my statement.
Right? But it was weird. He wasn't that massive, like, and he certainly wasn't that strong. Like, that was...
That's a big lad.
Yeah.
That's one absolute unit of a human.
We may be going to a 1.5 unit measurement here, my dwarven friend. Oh, God.
Alright, well, I've been alive long enough. Let's fucking go. And Gale starts just like patting them down.
Okay. While Gale's doing that, I'm going to limp on over to the throne and just give it a... Actually, I'm going to give it an Arcana inspection, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Alright. 19.
As far as you can tell, it's as magical as the rest of this place. Like, there is some magical aura about it, but everything here is, because it's a pocket dimension. Other than that, see, there are some, like, runes on the armrests, but you can't necessarily decipher them.
Okay.
After a moment, Gale goes, oh, and like holds up, and they've got a key.
Hey!
Like, I checked everywhere else. That's all I've got. This and that are bullshit weapons, which are honestly just shite made. Like, can we be just shite? Look at this short sword. It's cheap as shit. They used it twice. Either they don't maintain it, or it's just shite made. And it just honestly just throws it around across the room.
Yeah, I want to go have a look at it. Like, does it look like it was just a piece of junk that they bought, or does it look like something that was rad and has since... Like, does this look like... Okay, so friends, you can see what I'm trying to do here. There was something cast on this, and I don't know if we just killed the idea of a person or someone who had, like, an enchantment to make them look...
Gale's a gear snob.
His
yeah, go
profession
ahead
is making stuff.
Roll an investigation check.
Alrighty. 14?
It honestly just seems like it's somehow less quality than, like, guard number 4's sword.
Alright.
Like, it's yes, it's a sword, but it dulled after, like, one hit.
Alright.
And, like, chipped. Like, it's just a shit weapon.
Okay. Gale, Lanny, whatever was up with this room, I don't want to encounter it again. And if they do reset when we close them, let's prop this one open so I don't have to deal with this big bastard anymore. As I limp on over to the other door to try... wait. Well, I guess I'm limping on over to these two because Gale's got the key. Like, I never want to have to fight this one again.
All right, so you limp on over, and, like, Gale just offers you the key.
Cheers, mate.
And they're like, all right, now we just need to fucking find the other door.
That's a good point. Is it on the back wall? Like, was behind the throne?
You don't know. There's like curtains behind the throne on the back wall. Like, they're very intricate, very golden and bright colors.
I'm gonna go and try and pull one of the buggers down. Just.
Lanny's gonna go up and also investigate the throne because Lanny is curious.
Okay. And out of all of us, most likely to speak magic runes.
So yeah, Lanny like looks at the runes, Well, Anna's like trying to decipher them while you go and look.
Okay.
And yeah, you go back to the curtains and you pull them back. You said you're trying to pull one of them down.
Yeah, I'm still mad. I'm still mad. I'm in pain, but I'm mad.
All right, give me just a strength check to see if you're strong enough to pull these down.
6.
No, you're like, and you actually end up pull yourself like a good 2-3 feet up off the ground, like trying to.
This is just Emberlin's just lost what little composure they have. It's embarrassing. It's sad that
But then you like try to brace your foot against the wall to like give you extra, and you're like, Tunk. Oh, that's a door.
Emberlin doesn't look at the rest of the party while they cool down, as they know they've just made a monstrous tit of themselves, but slowly moves the curtain to one side to see what's behind it.
Yeah, there's a door like in the center, like where the curtains would part. There's 2 curtains, like they meet in the middle, and like there's a door there.
I mean, you know what, Dorcas? Out of all the rooms we've encountered so far, this one's given me both the most chortles as at the same time as the most fear. Like, the forest was pretty feckin' scary, and well, the Rickroll room could go do one, but this one, like, I had no idea what to do. All right.
So you're gonna open the door?
Just gonna yell over my shoulder. Found it!
Lanny puts a hand and goes, hold on.
No worry. I'll head over to Lanny and see what he's looking at.
Okay, so this is a long shot. So where that's a trickery, she gives us half truths.
Yeah.
That whole shtick.
Yeah.
I think that asshole, and points to the body of secondary Duke the Duke, goes, might have accidentally given us a clue.
Do tell. If he's given us anything useful, this will make this whole ordeal worth it.
If, again, big if, because, again, I've been looking at it for, like, a minute. If I'm reading this right, the runes on the arms of this chair, plus, and points towards, like, the front of the right armrest.
Yeah.
There's a keyhole. If you know a room, I think, given the key you got, we can summon it through that door. So we know of the center of the labyrinth. It might take me a bit, but I think I can summon the center of the labyrinth through the door you just found if you give me the key.
By the Queen of Embers herself. Lanny, if I didn't have the taste of burning flesh in my mouth, I would kiss you right now. This is glorious. Okay, let's get this door propped open.
Okay, it's gonna take me a second because I'm gonna be safe and do like a ritual casting of this. Of this shenanigans. But I think I can do it. I'm gonna double check. My math, for lack of a better term. But I think I can do it.
This could work. All right,
and at this point, Gale walks up and like starts like. No, I think you got it right. I can help chat. Like, I also, wizard, what's your school of magic? And I was like, oh, evocation. Oh, I'm enchantment. But like, I'm very jealous of, I've always wanted to, and they like have a brief, like, you're just like glaze over, like, I don't care.
Okay.
They're talking dirt shit.
All right, so, you know what I do? I just cross.
Kiss him anyway. Use the tongue.
Dude, I've got burnt Duke the Duke flavor in my mouth. I ain't sharing that with anybody. It's a consideration. Whilst they're getting all nerdy about wizard shit, I just calmly pass Lanny the key. Here's what I want to do. So, Duke the Duke, right? He had his, like, whole ostentatious thing going on. Like, what was his... Did he have, like, a cloak? Did he have, like, robes or anything?
Oh, yeah, he had, like, these incredibly, like, ostentatious gold and purple robes that would be way too big for you because he was 8 foot tall. He had, like, incredibly ornate, like, jewelry, like rings, a necklace. I think he had a nose ring. Yeah, he had a nose ring. Like blinged up belt buckle with an incredibly fine leather belt, which all of this is a little damaged now because of combat. But
here's what I want to do while they're wizarding it up. I want to make a pirate style like coat cloak. So what I want to do, I want to take his fucking robes off, shear as much of the bottom off as I can with a dagger, so it will place over my shoulders without dragging on the ground.
Okay.
Cut off the length on the sleeve so it's just a little bit. I want to use one of those belts as like a little fastener across. Like, I'm claiming this. Like, I want the damage, I want the blood soak. Like, next time we see Delphi, I want him to know we did a fucking murder.
So, I think specifically the arms on the cloak are already extra long, but they have, like, clips to clip onto your, like, shirt sleeve so that they're intentionally, like, bunched up and, like, baggy.
Alright, yeah, I can should be able to...
You don't have to fuck with the sleeves at all.
Okay, but this is important. How is Crumpet doing?
Oh, that is a very good point. How is Crumpet
Crumpet's
doing?
fine. Crumpet
Sorry. Please
was in the back lines, like on Lanny's shoulders, just being like, oh.
Because I apologize. I did see Asari's question and I didn't answer because we were midway through nonsense. But yeah, the baby cat dragon, their name, or at least Lanny gave him the name Crumpet, which the cat dragon seems to like. And it and Lanny are good friends. So it's been coming with us on our little adventures and it's been doing real good. So the cat dragon's doing good. Also, Bacon and Lyris, and also I think Asari's been throwing in, like, all of you, thank you so much for the bits, friends. I really do mean it.
Yeah. So Crumpet, like, basically just, like latched onto Lanny's back, so they were just, like, shielded from any damage.
Oh, no.
So, yeah,
if you want to... Crumpet.
If you want to modify the cloak, like, you'd have to cut probably the, like, tail of it if you don't want it dragging on the ground.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like, you can make it fit. It's just a little oversized and it will be dragging on the ground.
Yeah, so the idea is it's not meant to be like a full-on jacket. It's like, you know how like the classic pirate that has like the jacket over the top that's almost a cloak kind of style? That's what we're going for Emberlin.
Yeah, so you can do that, and you can even actually, given your horns and given how big other the Duke was, the hood is big enough you can put it up over your horns if you need to.
Nice. Yep.
You probably have to trim the tail just a bit so it doesn't constantly drag on the ground.
Yeah, and again, it's not pretty. We can always get it fixed up if we ever make
just
it out
like,
of it. But yeah, just that's what I want to do while those two are like wizard nerding out. Yeah, Lyris, like a proper trophy.
Yeah. All right, so you do that. They're going to do their figuring out magic bullshit on the throne. I feel like this is a good point for a quick bathroom break.
Yeah, go for it. I'll talk to these lovely Mother Hubbards. Because whilst being smart and actually hydrating, I also have the same.
Yeah, same. All right, so be right back.
Don't worry. And Loris, thank you for filling the pint glass, yo. Well, so Kisa, I felt like, because we made friends with that feckin' pirate captain, like, next time we're on the Epoch, next time we're, like, tailing it through the skies on our sky ship, I want us to have, like, a feckin' billowing style coat, you know? Lyris was just asking if Gale knows magic, why didn't they use it? I mean, if you're asking me narratively, like, Gale's had open chest surgery with no anesthetic and has been stuck in a maze for 30 years. Like, I think they're a bit combobulated. Yeah, Kisa, we do need a cool ass hat next. You know, we've got a floating ship. We need a tricorn. Oh yeah, and yeah, not that their punch wasn't epic. Kisa, I'm not saying I'm against shoulder pets, but for Emberlyn, considering the amount of fire getting popped off, where are we going to find a fireproof pet? Like, this, I'm not saying no, I'm genuinely asking. If we're going to get a shoulder pet, it has to be flameproof. Yeah, and AR, you did make a good point, like, it is time truncation, so we don't know how many years it's been for Gale in here. It's been 30 years outside of the maze, so... Kisa, you're a joy and a treasure. Sorry, just, I said, where are we going to get a fireproof pet? And Kisa's like, duh, at the fireproof pet store. Question, who's going to make a fireproof pet store and add it to the list? Ray suggested a parrot coated in asbestos. That's how you get an ex-parrot. That's just an inedible corn dog at that point. We're talking about fireproof pets. The crew want to start giving Emberlyn a pirate kind of exterior, as do I. But they're like, yo, we need to get Emberlyn a shoulder pet. And I'm like, where are we going to find a pet that won't be flammable? And won't freak out when we do Shadow Step? Anyway, I leave you with that question as I'm going to go for a pee myself. I'll be back in just a sec.
Right. Good luck, have fun.
You know
I guess.
I will.
So yeah, hi chat. Race through at Dave's Discount Meth Emporium and Haberdashery. I haven't looked at the random locations recently because I assumed everyone is stuck in the labyrinth for most of this. That's fantastic. How many days in a year? I believe it's 300. I would have to double check my notes. Calendar. There we go. Yeah, I think every month is literally exactly, or it's very close to 30 days. So there's 8 days a week. And it's 11 months, all but 2 are 29 days, which is the other 2 are 28 days. Let me do those math here. That works out. Yeah, so 321 days. Is that right? Nine times 29 plus 60. Yeah, 321 days. What time does the sun go down in this world? I mean, it just depends on the season, because like they vary. At some point, I should probably just give all of y'all the calendar save data. I use donjon.bin.sh as a huge resource for like everything I do. And they have a calendar maker where you can just name months and how many days and how many whatever. And it'll actually generate like, and you can tell it how many moons there are, so you can see like moon phases as well, or it'll randomly generate like shooting star or morning star or auroras or comets, that kind of stuff. It is, honestly, this is one of the hugest resources that I use for all of my prep. It's where I get a lot of my name generators. They also have a spell sheet, monster list, magic items, encounter size calculator, initiative tracker, which I don't use, random generator, random dungeon generator, random encounter generator, magic item shop generator, and treasure generator, Ruby team generator, which is new. But they also do like name generators, calendar generators, world generators, demographic, random adventure gear, random map calculator, or random treasure calculator. Like, it's honestly, this is an insane resource, and it's like 90% of what I use to prep. So please, 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 please use this website, because I constantly have people asking me, what do you use to prep? This website, this literally one website is 90% of my prep. Just go use this one.
Way cool. Giving away all the secrets while I'm away.
Honestly, I really just need to put together like a blog post or something that's just here's all the resources I use to prep, because I constantly have people ask me. But also 90% of them are this one website. So there you go.
If it gets it done. Okie dokie Lokis. Shall we continue?
We shall. So, they're fucking with the throne, trying to figure out how it's done.
I'm turning Duke's stuff into kind of a pseudo pirate coat of ridiculous ostentatiousness.
So yeah, mark down on your character sheet that you have like a modified ostentatious cloak, or just ostentatious cloak of whatever. We'll remember. Somebody in chat remember. Doris will remember. After like probably 45 minutes of like futzing with us and them going back and forth, like, no, this word means this thing, or like this is pronounced that way. They're finally like, oh, okay, Emberlyn, I think we got it.
I resist the urge to yell, nerd. All right, I'm trundling over in my new fancy attire. I'm like, all right, what you got for me?
All right, so Lanny's sitting in the chair and like plants their feet, puts their left hand on the armrest, and the keyhole is on the front of the right armrest. They grab the key, and they utter an incantation and then turn the key, and you see the door on the wall behind them glow briefly. He's like, okay. I think that worked.
All right, what am I, let me crack it open. What am I looking for as I head on over?
So you're just going and opening the door?
Yeah.
Okay, so you go and open the door. There is, let me pull, wrong notes. You open the door up. There appears to be a large circular room. There are doors all along the walls. Like, there is no wall, there is doors on every surface all the way around 365. At the center, there's a raging fire pit. There's some sparse furnishing. Obviously, someone much larger than you. Like, the chairs are kind of big.
Okay.
And then around the fire pit, you see somebody come, and there's like a 10-ish foot tall minotaur wearing very basic like cloth pants and almost a like 1950s housewife apron. carrying a tea kettle.
I pause for a second. Hello.
He just looks and goes, "Oh. Oh. Hi. Terribly sorry. Wasn't expecting anyone."
Oh, our apologies. As I'm sure you know, this place shifts and moves for us, so we didn't know we were
just
coming.
only I have a better bead on who's in the labyrinth and where they are. I'm so sorry. Would you like some tea?
I've got a couple of individuals with me. Do you have 3 extra cups?
I think so. Feel free to come in.
Okay.
You might want to wedge the door open if you
Yes.
care about coming back where you're coming from.
Yes, we'll be in just a second. All right. So
Yes, let me find. Oh, where's my tea set? And like shuffles off.
I jam the door wedge in, and then turn around and go, "Would you folks care for a cuppa? There's a very large individual offering us tea if you fancy it."
Lenny goes, "I'm sorry, what?" And Gail goes, "You know what? Fuck it. I don't care anymore." Just walks in. So
Yeah.
so you prop the door open, you walk in. I mean, it's like this really frilly, flowery, like 1950s housewife like apron. But it's like a 10-foot tall, demonic looking minotaur carrying this tiny teapot.
Yeah, welcome to the tiefling who came to tea. Yep, this is bizarre, but
They set the teapot or the kettle down on the table and like rush over and grab a couple chairs from other places that are like, they're not used to having this many guests. Like, oh, let me grab chairs.
yeah, they're rocking it.
Like, no, please sit. I'll let me find. There's a lot of you. Oh, okay.
I mean, my apologies. If we'd known we were going to be meeting your good self, we would have. Actually, I don't know what we could have brought. There's a lot of disappointing cookies. We could have brought those. I think that's about it, really.
Oh, the cookies from the room? No, trust me, I've got plenty of those. But thank you. And they finally like get enough chairs and like teacups, and they start pouring tea for all of you. I'm like, I'm terribly sorry. I am the steward of the labyrinth. I don't think I've ever had this many guests. And like they pour each of you tea, including themselves.
Oh, lovely. I am Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers, and this is my friend Lanny and new friend Gail.
Oh. And you found Crumpet. I was looking for you. All right.
Found Crumpet cuddled up in what seemed to be like a small, cozy study.
Oh, you would choose the study. Okay. And they sit down, and so you're all sitting in chairs that are like a size and a half larger than is comfortable for you.
I'm
like
sorry.
Your feet are dangling.
I need to share this mental image with everybody. It's kind of like we're like 3 kids, like swinging our legs and stuff, and it's all Minotaur sized. So
yeah, it's all his sized, but so your feet are just like 6 inches off the ground. You're just like,
so kind of like the table's here. Emberlyn's got the big cup, almost kind of like the cat with the little pattern at the table. Like, yes, I will have the big tea, thank you.
For the record, it's really good tea. Like, it's just black tea, but it's honestly really good.
And we just realised it's tea and crumpet.
Not intentional, but I'll take it. It's like, oh, all right. Well,
yeah, now we know how Hex feels all the time.
I'm the person that theoretically is supposed to guard all of these things, and I don't. I gave up a while ago.
I can understand that.
Now I just am here. So how long have you all been in for?
Well, obviously, time's a little bit wibbly wobbly.
I know. I mean, relatively, how long do you think it's been for each of you?
God, for me, if I had to guess, I'd say 5 or 6 days.
Oh, a newcomer. Good, good. You? And then he's like, I think like 5 years. No, that tracks about. All right, cool. And two. And Gail's like, I'm pretty sure it's been like 30 years. Ah, long-time resident. I'm sorry? Again, I'm trapped here too, so like yeah.
What's your story? Were you offered a deal? Were you swindled?
Oh no, Dalfa made me to look after this place.
Oh.
And after a while I stopped caring. And so I didn't. I just set things to automatically refresh if they were left alone, and have been. And they. Can you roll an insight check?
Okay. 10.
They look a little embarrassed. Just
a little.
I have been pursuing art.
That sounds wonderful. I mean,
It's not good. I have very limited resources in here, so I make do with what I have.
yes, but art is the joy in the creation. I'm sorry. I feel that if I did not have things to get back to, the idea of being able to spend time in a little pocket dimension making art actually sounds rather peaceful, if I'm being honest.
A bit, but I don't get to share it with anybody, which is a little. I don't get it. I have no input. It's just my own input on myself, which I get in my own head about it, and it's bad. It's all bad, and then it's good sometimes. It has
Well,
artist's brain.
indubitably.
And again, this is this like giant fucking demonic looking minotaur being like, "Oh, I've got imposter syndrome."
If it wasn't so big, I'd give him a hug. Well,
I am gonna skip this because this is Hades music, so I don't want to skip DMC acclaimed.
I mean, it's good, and it's not like Hades will throw stuff at us, but
I know, I'm trying.
So, as I'm sure you've probably guessed by the fact that we've made it to your good selves, is that we are looking to leave if possible. Although I will say, so far all the rooms we've come in have been immaculate, so good on you for sorting. And I did want to ask you about the gentleman from Slap Fight. Is he okay? Is he real?
Oh, he's a construct. No,
Ah.
he's not real.
I think I left him some money. I don't know.
I called him Gary, I think. Oh, did you leave the note and the money in the tumbler?
Yeah.
That showed up in the chute, and I didn't know where it was from. Okay, that makes so much sense. Do you want that back?
I mean, it was meant as an apology offering, but if he's a construct, that feels rather silly.
No, he's not. He's absolutely not real. Yeah. So if you want that back, like.
I felt bad, as while I did technically beat him in a slap fight, I may have, and Emberlyn looks very sheepish, I may have stacked the deck in my favor a little bit.
You know what, friend? And they put a giant fucking hand on your shoulder, and it's like, they meant it to be soft, but it's still like, oh god, you're huge. This place it'll do that to people. I don't judge you for trying to get out and trying to stack the deck in your favor. The deck is honestly stacked against you. So let me go grab that. And so yeah, they go grab the tumbler, and like it's as you gave it to them, and just like set it on the table in front of you.
Yay! The tumbler has returned. That was the crystal tumbler, wasn't it?
And I believe 2 gold.
Woohoo! Oh, yep. Because we can't break currency down, so I just had to use whatever coins we had.
Yeah.
Um.
So they go. So all right. So can I ask what each of you is in for?
I guess I should start.
Cool.
As I said, I am the herald of the Queen of Embers, one of the
The Queen of Embers is around again.
Yes, and from what I can tell, she either brought me back from the dead or made me, probably brought back from the dead, to be her herald. My job was to just go, let people know, tell her that she was coming, and then I was tasked with waking up the old gods. Yeah, I know this is a lot. I get that. It's that face you're making. I get that a lot when I tell people.
Ah, that's why you have the hunt with you then.
Yes, I spoke with them, and in exchange for, I guess, not tearing my face off, I've offered them potential passage out if I can find it.
Okay, so they're not here to kill me then.
No.
All right. You see them like cast an arcane sigil and like, can you roll an Arcana check for me?
Sure. 11?
All right. They dispelled something. Like they had something. They saw you, had prepped something that you hadn't noticed, and then like, oh, they're not here to kill me. Cool.
So my story is a touch different from everyone else's. Delpha has been using my, I guess, a combination of naivete and connection with the gods to stir up a big old pot of trouble back on our realm. So, where I thought I was talking and interacting with an inordinate amount of the deities, it was all Delpha all the way down. And so I've probably kicked off several wars. And
sounds like her MO.
Yeah, once I became aware of it, she plunked me in here. What about you two?
Yeah, that's definitely her MO.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Lainey and Gale both recount their stories of like wanting knowledge and Delpha dangling in front of them and then being like, haha, now you have it, but fuck you. And then they go, all right, and Crumpet, I know your story. And Crumpet just kind of looks sad for a second.
Oh, no!
Aww.
So,
well then, given that the god of the hunt, the old god of the hunt, trusted you and you do have the stench of fire on you. I do believe you serve the Queen of Embers, as she's now calling herself. Out of curiosity, what domains has she claimed?
Wait, we know this, right?
Yep.
Look, I'm not name dropping Carl. Wraith, help me out here. I don't think I wrote this down because I'm a fucking idiot.
I'm just waiting for George to be like, it's these.
Canonically, Dorcas's near encyclopedic knowledge feels like that bit where you can't remember something until a part of your brain goes, actually.
That's kind of why I like the way we do this.
Yeah. Dorch is like,
I'm
searching! I imagine Dorch just rummaging through scrolls and tapestries.
For what it's worth, Dorcas, if it's helpful, it's the scene in which she claimed godhood. She lists, but she is the goddess of, I believe.
Ray's like, I drink during these. I can't be expected to name shit.
I drink during these because I need to. Never drive drunk, never DM sober. There you go. See? George has got this.
Yeah. Oh, Kisa. Yeah, Lyris and Kisa remembered the rebirth. Okay, so in response, the Queen of Embers has laid claim to fire, rage, and rebirth.
Mm. Interesting 3. It's telling. Honestly, I believe Dalpha created this place out of spite. So anything that makes them right to me, I will give a way out. if you want out. I've met a few that don't.
We would.
Because that means death or exile or lack of stipulation in some people's cases. That guy was weird.
Yeah. I understand that leaving this place does not mean things are going to get any easier. I mean, there's a tiny part of me that's almost tempted to just make a little life here, but I have friends. I have people count on me, and I still have many, many oaths to fulfill. But you should come with us. Considering the company that I keep, you'd be more than welcome.
Unfortunately, it is my charge and my privilege to help those in this labyrinth. She is unjust. She is conniving. She's manipulative. She's narcissistic. She is the worst kind of entity. And she made the mistake of letting me be who I want. So anyone that finds their way to me, I will help get out, assuming they are not, let's say, bad people.
Let's go with bad people. Well,
so until she is gone, I will stand my guard.
okay. That is most honourable. You're giving up your happiness to help people like us. That's most admirable indeed.
You assume what my happiness is. My happiness is helping others.
Well, then I shall drink to that, and I try and make a gesture with the tea, but it's too big to hold in one hand, and I end up having to take both again.
They lift their tea glass and, like, chink yours. And I think everyone around the table, except for Crumpet, who can't lift one of those glasses, like, does the same.
Okay. I'm trying to think what we can offer this. Like, I don't think we have anything we can offer him in terms of, like, art supplies. Like, I know we've got, like, an ink and quill and stuff.
Can you roll a perception check for me?
Yeah, sure. Five.
Okay. You don't see it, but they go, all right, well, I can offer you two things. Firstly, sorry if you're not done with your tea, but it's time sensitive.
Okay.
They walk over to one of the doors and they put their hand on it, and you see the door just glow, this like golden light. And they put their hand down. I can give you the room with 3 doors. It's one of the few things I can actually do. Second, if you would allow me, I can unlock your axe a bit more.
My words. I didn't know it was locked to begin with.
Child, it and you are both locked behind several padlocks and several chains and several chambers with locks that I do not have the keys for, but I can give you this.
I would be honored, thank you. Just, there isn't... I lift it up to him, but with the gingerness of something that might explode at any moment. There is an old one in here, just...
I am aware. They grab the hilt with their hand, and even just them like tenderly grabbing the hilt, you feel how huge this person is and how much power they have. And they take a deep breath, and as they exhale, you just feel power surge through the axe. After a moment, they release it. Now then, I believe you all have a place to be. And they gesture towards the door.
Yes, we do. Thank you. Not just from us, but from those that will come before, and those that will come after. Thank you. Oh, right. Wait. Yeah, there's a... I'm so sorry. And as I'm kind of like scooting down and kind of like sliding off the big chair, I didn't even ask your name. Where are my manners?
I was never given one. I've always been referred to as the steward.
We should give him a cool name. That should be our gift. We should give him a cool name.
Keith, we're not calling him baby.
Patrick. Patrick Stewart. No, we're not calling him Brian! I'm still sad!
Also, for the record, your axe is now an additional +1 to hit.
Oh. Have you beefed it up, or do I need to?
You need to. I haven't. If you would like me to, I can. I have not.
That would be lovely if you could, just while we're discussing. Okay, Minos is a good name. I just like Patrick, because we can sneak a Star Trek joke in. Hey, I was asking if Brian came down the chute. Also, who was it? Nearly made me spit coffee out my nose. I'll clank with the several padlocks. Time to call the lockpicking lawyer. There is an OP
I watched
deity.
2 of his videos before this episode. Fuck you. I've almost bought his products multiple times.
I've never thought in my life I needed a bolt cutter until...
I've actually also considered, actually looked into becoming a locksmith, but it pays less than I make now somehow.
Mm.
Even though it's a much higher skill job.
Very strange. I do like Ernest Locke as a name. Marv, also good. I mean, okay, we'll ask him first. So with a genuine sincerity, is like, well, is a name something you'd care for? We can't offer you much, and we certainly can't offer you anything of value that you would be able to get from here. But I don't know. Names have power.
He takes a moment and thinks about it. I've had very little interaction with others up to this point, so I have not needed a name. I think once I am free of this place, I will choose a name.
Okay.
But
Well,
being free of this place means that Dalpha is no more, which I cannot wish, because then she will kill me.
well, if that time should come to pass, come find us, alright? Come find us. Also, as a small aside, might have cut down some of the trees in the forest, and I don't know how you feel about charcoal as an artistic material, but it is very flexible. You can do a lot with it. Just saying.
That's my primary medium.
Alright. I thought I was being helpful. I mean, obviously, don't use whatever's in the flesh room.
Yeah, that's... Ugh.
Ugh.
They offered your hand to you.
I
And like a handshake.
I offer it up, and it must look like a tiny child trying to shake
Yeah, it's like a toddler shaking like a full-grown ass adult's hand. It was a pleasure to meet you, Andrew Burns.
And to you, Steward. And to you.
And they shake Lanny and Gale's hands. And they go, Crumpet, I will miss you. And just offer them their finger, and Crumpet does a little like boop.
We'll promise we'll look after him. Lanny, you look after that fucking thing.
And he's like, I fucking will, and I have. Fuck off.
Okay. Renmon, that is a good point. Making dyes out of bugs isn't a bad idea. But then you have to go into the flesh room, so...
This door will lead you to the room that currently has 3 doors.
Okay.
Do with it what you will.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you. Looking at Gale and Lanny. So, right. You ready to get out of here?
They're both like, fucking hell, yeah.
Alright. Okay, and we move through the door.
Alright, so you open the door, and it's actually the room with the statue that had the fire puzzle.
Yeah.
But there's a third door off to the left of the statue.
Okay. And so this is the floating aisle one as well.
Yes.
So we even know the other 2 doors are set. So there's only one door unopened, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Mm. Do you go and open the door?
Friends, like, where else are we going to be tonight? Let's go crack it open. Yeah.
Alright, you go and you turn the handle and crack the door open, and you're immediately bombarded by the sound of just laughter and revelry.
Oh my word. Peeking my head around the door, what are we seeing?
So you look around, and it's like kind of a modern day like pub airlock. Like there's a tiny room. It's like 5 by 5. On the right hand side, there's like a desk, almost like a coat check. And then there's a door directly in front of you.
Okay.
Standing at the like coat check, there's a entity. You cannot tell what race they're humanoid-ish, but they're there, and they're like, welcome, hello, come on in.
Hello. I gesture to the other. I kind of like go like a, I guess it's fine. Come on in. Gesture into the rest of the party.
Like, yes, come on in. Yes, close the door behind you. We don't want that gross playing her hair in here, if you know what I mean. Come on in.
We've seen things.
All right, cool. So, welcome to the tavern in the middle of everywhere. This is the weapon check. I will also give you a bracelet. No magic inside the tavern. Bracelet will make sure that's not a thing. No fighting, because don't be a dick.
I know, understandable.
Before,
do you know where we just came from?
yes, you are from the labyrinth, I believe.
Yes, and this
Nasty place. Don't envy you.
Oh, we've seen some things. This is the way out of the labyrinth, right?
Yes and no. So normally the way the tavern in the middle of everywhere works is you can come in if you find the door, and then you go back out the door that you came in on. If you happen to convince specific people, you might be able to leave through other doors. But that's neither here nor there. Either way, this is here to be hospitable and pleasant, and we just don't want fighting. So, weapons, magic,
Understandable. So I begin to acquiesce. So, like, you know, guns, like gun, knife, chip knife, nonsense, and I guess even, like, you know, clipping on the band. But then I get to the big axe, and I'm like, so we've got a query. I got an additional quandary. There's an entity in this.
Yep.
You're not gonna, I don't know, you're not gonna, I don't know, stick it in a dark, dank cupboard on top of stuff where it might get claustrophobic and, I don't know, burst forth.
Why would I do that? No, we just hold it until you leave.
Okay. And I just kind of like, I'd lean down and like, as almost as if I'm talking to the old one through. I don't even know if it can hear it. I'm like, look, I'm gonna find a way out of here, and then we're both getting out. All right, you out of the axe, me out of the labyrinth. Please, we're almost there. We're almost there.
Are you okay?
Physically or emotionally?
Yes.
And I acquiesce the axe.
All right. So they offer you like it's almost one of those like the prayer cloth things that just have like the sigils on it around your wrist.
Okay. Sorry, thank you for the bits. Okay.
And they put it around your wrist, and it just like suctions to your wrist and then turns into basically a tattoo.
Okay.
I guess. All right, cool. Well, that will, and all of your gear that you gave them just disappears.
Oh,
Okay.
please.
All right, so that will seal any magical abilities you have, and once you want to leave, it'll give them back, and you'll get back all your equipment. Next.
All right.
Next.
And we head on into the.
Go.
Okay, fine, go. And we head on into the bar.
And I think at this point you notice that there's not just Lanny and Gale, but there's like 3 or 4 people behind them. Yeah, and you go in, and it is like the coziest bar you have ever been in. There's like 3-4 dozen people in here, and they're all just like chatting and drinking and having a good time. Like they're just like shooting the shit, having fun, relaxing. Behind the bar, there's a 14-foot, for lack of a better descriptor, bear. Like human bear. Like, dude, just beefy beard, pot belly, Santa Claus basically, but 14 foot tall.
Hey, I feel, considering that we're in an interdimensional pub, to specify whether it's a bear or a bear is very important.
It is a humanoid-ish, but like hairy, pot belly, has the deepest laugh you've ever heard in your entire life. And it's kind of that like the Smith from like Dark Souls 1.
Yeah.
Where like they're doing the tiny smithing, where they're huge, but they're pouring tiny drinks in comparison to them.
Don't want to see me work squandered. Sorry, what made me laugh is because, again, friends, those of you watching, if you imagine you're all parts of Emberlin's brain, Keith's just going, Dad? Papa? Wait a second, why did I think that? So I turn to Lenny and Gale with an uncharacteristically serious and stern face, and I go, we have been through many trials, many tribulations. Physical, emotional, smell. We've been through a lot. And while there are a great many things that await us on the world outside, and I look over to the bar and I look back to them, let us eat and drink, because I wish to do both in great quantity. And then, almost arms in the air, giddy skip over to the bar, like,
so you notice, so both Lanny and Gale had to get like wristbands, and even Crumpet had to get like a collar.
Oh, so that
Like
means
a little like
Crumpet's
tattoo
badass.
collar. I mean, Sealed Dragons have some innate magical abilities.
I guess so.
And yeah, there's a big sign over the bar that just says "No magic."
Okay.
And yeah, you style up to the bar, and it's one of those like, yeah, you can like everyone's got a drink constantly, so like there's no line. You just walk up, like, I want a fucking drink, and you walk up, and the bartender, who is currently cleaning a glass that to them is like an inch around, just like, yes, yeah, cleaning a glass with their finger and his tiny rag. Like, yes. Welcome on in, Emberlyn. What can I get for you?
I would love it. Wait, you know me?
I know everyone. I know everyone's name. That's my thing. That's Lanny. That's Gale. That's... Your name can't pronounce without driving them insane. Crumpet, is it, in their language? Crumpet.
Emberlyn just midway just pauses, like almost like a little like record scratch moment on the name pronounced makes go insane and goes, huh. Anyway, we are both, well, I think we should be parched and hungry, but we're not feeling it yet. So...
Oh, yes, let me fix that. And waves their hand. And suddenly, oh my god, you're so hungry. And so fucking thirsty.
Water! Food!
Yep.
Inordinate
And they
amounts of
just,
booze,
like-
please!
They just produce 3 giant, like, flagons of water. Go. All right, and let me just... let's
While
see
he's
what
doing that, friends, Emberlyn is just going... There's no elegance to this at all.
Yes, and just each of you a plate of, like, poutine. like rib... slow cooker beef poutine. And you're just like... And all of you go... Yeah, and just devour it.
Yeah, there's no elegance to this. Occasionally with like mouthfuls of food being like, that's really good, thank you. Is there any booze?
He gives you a minute and goes, all right, and then he gives you each a napkin. I know the labyrinth, it starves you, but doesn't, and once you come out, it's not pleasant, so that's what I give people when they come out of the labyrinth. Also, sorry for being in the labyrinth. That's shitty. Oh, I hate that place. It's terrible. I even hate having my door attached to that place, but I know people need a way out.
We're very grateful. We're very grateful. Swallowing down yet another mouthful of poutine goodness and just been like, so what do I owe you so far? I was reaching into
Sorry, what?
money.
No. This is the tavern, the tavern in the middle of everywhere. We welcome everyone, and we give people what they need.
Then how can I pay you for your kindness, sir?
You don't. You enjoy it.
And I lift up the tankard, then again cheers to you. So Clank, yes. I did see you're saying like, this seems too good to be true. There is a part of Emberlyn's brain that's like, you know what? We just came into like the perfect bar. They just gave us good food, and they're not charging us. This is probably a bad idea. But a combination of exhaustion, hunger, and keen has just kicked in. No. And those of you asking, this isn't the inn at the end of time, or the restaurant at the restaurant at the end of everything. This is the bar in the middle of everything. It's a distinctly different chain. It's like IHOP and Denny's. They're very different.
It's a tavern in the middle of everywhere.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Oh. So yeah, having done an inordinate amount of damage to the booze and food acquired.
And actually, at some point, you're like chugging down ale, which Aussie is fantastic. Yeah. Sakina, how are you doing? Oh, yeah. Like they seem to carry on a brief conversation with the deity that's in your axe, but like they're looking towards where like the coat check was.
And I start by being like, wait a second, how did you... And I stop myself. I'm sorry, barkeep. I was about to ask a very stupid question. But can I ask your name so I can at least thank you proper?
I mean, I am known by a multitude of names. Primarily, I'm just referred to as the god of hospitality.
I'll drink to that.
It's my lucky number 2.
Oh, Pixel Paradiso, feck yeah. Welcome to the inn at the center of everything. And sorry, we can't have cake right after poutine. You can't. That's overkill. We'll have some dessert in a bit. And Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass. Although it's pints all round at this point.
But if you need to call me by a name, I am Baroth.
Baroth, it is. You have no idea how good it is to make your acquaintance. Oh, excuse me.
I understand you are a herald of the Queen of Embers.
I am indeed, although since I've been in the labyrinth, I feel I've been neglecting my duties most soundly.
I mean, there's a bit of wiggle room there. You were kind of trapped for a bit.
Yeah. Do you have a concept of how long I was trapped in my realm time frame? Sorry to ask you the direct questions on top of your wonderful hospitality.
Yes. I do, unfortunately. It's been 6
Days.
Because 3,
Weeks.
4, 5, 7 months, give or take.
Months! Okay.
Yes. Unfortunately, Dolph's prison operates oddly. If I'm being honest, between you and me, she's kind of a bitch. So,
I assume as a barkeep who knows everything, then you know my story. Though Emberlyn Burns, one tiefling production of getting fucked around.
yes, unfortunately, you are very behind the times and things have not been good. But to your benefit, I am not one of the old gods you need to wake.
Is it sad? Is it bad of me, Baroth, to say that makes me sad? I think the world could use your hospitality sometimes.
Oh no, you misunderstood, child. I have always been awake. I am just occasionally more ignored rather than adored, which happens. But I have always been here. I never went to sleep. I was never away.
Well, if you'll forgive me, I'm still going to put you in the win column. Oh, can I...
So appreciate it.
I apologise for asking you such... I don't know if technical is the same as personal with your kind, but how does time move here? Do we have time to enjoy this, or do I really need to get back?
Well, I believe I need to pull the crowd. And he raises his hand and goes, is everyone okay with a bit more time to party? And everyone goes, fire! He goes, then we will slow it down a bit. You may have your respite. You have earned it. You have fought through so much. You have saved more than I believe anyone thought you would. You've inspired those that no one thought inspirable. Take a moment. As long as you need. Have a drink. Recoup. And when you're ready, normally And he points towards the door into the tavern. That only lets you back out where you came in. But I will make an exception for you.
Like, Emberlyn is genuinely getting choked up now. Like, the exhaustion of the maze, everything going on, this moment of kindness, and Emberlyn's just... Thank you. Thank you. And turning to Gale and Lenny, being like, right! The god of hospitality has bid us a very specific missive, my friends, and we would be most rude to ignore it. So drink up, rest well, and be merry!
Yeah, so behind you, they slam down 3 drinks. I mean, like, they have to clasp them like this, just... and, like, fill them up with a cask and then slide them towards you.
With a catch and a twirl, I cheer to a crowd of faceless. To Barath, my friends! And Emberlyn just starts chugging.
So yeah, you just chug down your drink, and no matter how much you drink, your drink is always full.
This is going to lead to a messy session.
So yeah, I think the 3 of you, and even to some extent Crumpet, like y'all have some drinks. You have a bit of time. You unwind. The bar tends to go between this weird, like, there's a part of it that's just rowdy and like, we're here to party, let's fucking go. There's a part that's like quiet and contemplative, and like, yeah, we're here to relax and have a drink and unwind. And there's a part that's kind of the sad drunk. And like, basically every brand of we're here to do a thing. It's different alcoves of this bar or different things, but it's always welcoming, and no one questions why you're here. They just like, no, you're dealing with a thing.
I love it. And with the permission of the crowd and the DM, of course, I see this as being one of those, like, those Memnal montage moments. If you've got, like, Emberlyn shit-faced dancing on a table, then Emberlyn in the cozy place kind of cuddling Crumpet Bin like, I love you, and then Emberlyn in the sad drunk section with this entity they've never met or never meet again being like, and then she sent me into the labyrinth after she pretended to be all these people, and it was just not fair.
Oh my god, it's so fucked up. I'm so sorry.
And then back in the revelry being like, hey!
And there's probably at least like a 30-second period of just Emberlyn going into a place by themselves, just going, fuck.
Right? Splash cut to them booty bamping Letty and being like, I got 2! Then he's like, those are infinite drinks, and I know, yeah! But I've got 2 of them!
He's like, yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, but after a while, you don't even know how long, and it doesn't necessarily even matter how long, you finally realize, all right, you should probably get back.
Okay.
You've unwound a bit, you've coped a bit.
So, taking a brief moment away, grabbing, and this is the only time I will be doing this. So I take a single page from the tome, a single page, and just add, Dear Barath, in a time of strife and conflict, in a whirlwind of violence and turbulent change, you gave us a brief respite in this crazy plane of existence. I'll never be able to repay you, but hopefully my words of thanks will mean something. Your friend and eternal patron, Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers. And I pull a page out of the tome.
So you pull the page out, and as you look at it, underneath it is written, you will never need to thank me.
Yeah, I just want to touch on what Renmon was saying, is that it's really sad that in that whole thing of Emberlin's revelry, they didn't spot Thick McRunfast drinking in the background somewhere.
Yeah.
And a people-sized Herbert von Snufflington. Okay. So, gaining his wits about him, being like, okay, friends. Because I guess much like with the labyrinth, like we don't know how much time has passed. We probably partied for like a day and change and recovered. Would you say this counts as a rest?
Yeah, you're full rested. Like you have all your spells and you're full of HP.
Cool.
Because although you were doing things the entire time, it's still a rest.
Yeah. So
you did yourself a good.
Wraith, fuck off! No, I'm not even reading that out. As requested, Emberlin does Jimmy a slice of cake on the way out, and whilst kind of like snacking down on cupcake style, it's like, right, Gale, Lenny, Crumpet, you ready to return to the world? I think I am.
Both Gale and Lenny kind of look at each other and go, Lenny looks and goes, I realize I might be needed, but they look over the shoulder and look back at you. I think I need a bit more time here.
Okay, friend.
And Gale just kind of nods and goes, I spent, I think, 30 years not being able to move or die. I appreciate what you did for me. And I want to help you. I really do, but I think I also need a bit more time.
I cut him off by giving them both like a big dopey hug and be like, look, I didn't get you dingleberries out of there to owe me a favor. I did it because I did it. So rest. Do plenty of the moving, none of the dying. Crumpet, look after these two idiots. And when you're ready, come find me, alright? Hell, if I
We
got
both hug you back and then nod.
And as I'm kind of like backstepping, walking away, I'd be like, heck, might even get to introduce you to my god. She's heckin' cool. And on spinning on a heel, I'm like, wait, Baroth, which way is out?
The way you came in.
All right, thank you.
So you step into the airlock, and you don't even fucking know what race they are, or gender, or everything. The person's like, all right, give you, and they pass back all of your gear, and they remove the ethereal tattoo from your wrist.
Thank you kindly.
Now then, normally you would just go back out the door you came in, but I have been instructed on special circumstances to let you choose a door that you know.
Oh.
So, which door will it be? And they start kind of slowly casting a spell.
Thank you. As I'm kind of tucking guns and knives and things aplenty, and I just want to say, I gently say to the axe, "Thank you for waiting," before putting it back. All right. Actually, Orchazini, I don't know if our cabin had a door. I can't remember if it was just a little alcove or if it had a door on it. So yeah, we could go into the door of the Epoch. We could go into one of the doors at one of the Golden Wakes. The last one we were at was the Floating Isles, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Where do we have the most friends? I mean, I guess the Epoch
The cabin of the Epoch did have a small door, so you could choose that.
Okay, so the Epoch is a valid choice, and I guess the other one was the Golden Wake over at was it Tajema?
Any of the taverns you've been at, any of the inns. I mean, even like the temple that you went in.
Oh yeah, good point.
One, like, pick a door. Pick a door you've gone through. You can choose that.
You know what? The door on the Epoch is most likely. There's the highest chance of finding Little Hex, and especially Xiaosu. And I reckon it's time to do a triumphant return, like a ha. I think that's the play, because we could go to where Glassjaw is, but like Glassjaw likes us because we're guildmates, and like, you know, we've been always nice to him, but he's not fam, you know, he's not a fellow member of the Queen's consort. All right, so yeah, I think we're in agreement. So I extend a hand in gratitude to the entity as like a thank you for looking after our stuff. I'm not sure if they have hands, so I'm kind of.
So it's just they're just so absurdly nondescript. Like, you can't tell what race they are. They're humanoid-ish, but all of their features are so alien. You can't tell what they are.
Okay. Well, thank you. And before going through the door, I'm like, I'd like you to take me through the door to the Epoch, my ship. And I look back. Keep an eye on those two. They've been through a lot.
They shake your hand genuinely and go, everyone that enters here is welcome, and we will look after them.
Thank you. I don't know if I'll ever get the chance to come back, but again, glorious hospitality. Thank you.
Can you roll a persuasion check for me?
Persuasion. 6.
You might not. Either way. And they cast, like, they draw a sigil in the air and go, think of the door you want to enter through, and then grab the handle.
Okay. Take a moment, steel myself. I think about the cabin door to the Epoch, of opening it out onto the deck. I hold the handle, take a deep breath, and then dramatically open and step through.
You step through and open the door to the cabin, and you're just suddenly back on the GGS Epoch. You think in the middle of the ocean, and there's Sharcy with like winding up cord covered in blood. Hannah is just like sitting in the corner, just being like, oh god. They both look up and go, the fuck? And like reach for the weapons and go. Charles goes, Emberlyn?
Hello! Long
Sorry,
story.
it's Amber, not Amber. Hannah, sorry.
Hello! Long story. But I'm back. Secret Hannah. Fuck off, Kisa.
Sorry. Said the wrong name. Whatever. Fuck off. I deal with so many names.
Okay.
Sharsu just like steps forward and just gives you the biggest hug.
It's great to see you too, buddy. Oh.
And like gives you one time to like, and then let's go. The fuck have you been? Also, there's been so much going on.
Yeah. Turns out, godfuckery, much worse than we thought. I got played and then trapped in a feckin' labyrinth for... the barkeep said like 7 months.
Yeah. Godfuckery's been real bad. We've been fighting people a bunch, and gestures behind you, and you look behind you, and there's just a fleet.
Good fleet or bad fleet?
Like they're standing and waiting. Like they're not attacking you.
Is the fleet a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, I think I'm a general now? Or maybe an admiral? I don't know at this point.
Okay, firstly, it's got to be General I'm sorry, friend. Admiral Shasu, because I can't say general, apparently.
And, yeah, the gods are at war. The Hounds of War are going hard. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
And they look over at Amber, and Amber just like gets real. Like Amber was about to get up and hug you, and then goes real quiet. And then Sharsu looks back at you and goes, and
wait.
There is no easy way to say this. Hex is gone.
What do you mean, gone? What happened?
We were being chased by a Leviathan, and they jumped towards it, trying to kill it mid-flight, and it took me overloading the engines just to get away from the thing because it was unfazed. I tried to stay around with the Leviathan for as long as I could, just hoping, praying to every deity and lower lord that I know that they pulled through, but they're gone. We got away, but Hex is gone.
I just hug him. I just hug him.
Yeah, they hug you back, and Amber comes up and also hugs
Yeah, it's kind of
the two of you.
Come on in. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm so sorry. He wasn't supposed to pick up on my dumb ideas. God damn it.
Amber, choking back tears, is like, hey. They tried to emulate your bravery. And we miss them every day. But at this point, we just need to serve the Queen's interest.
Yeah, I gotta have a long talk with her.
Amber just goes, please fucking do. 'Cause the fuck?
And I have a lot to tell you all. Oh boy. I need a moment. And I head back inside the cabin. Hex, he was the best of us! He was the legit best of us! Lizzie and Prolo are like, no body, no death. No body, no death. But then, like, I mean, maybe he's Pinocchioing it up inside a Leviathan's gut, but that seems very wishful thinking. Zeke just saying, tell that to the cannibals, Lizzie. Lyrus has faith in Hex and Toothy. Leviathans are huge. And you're right, Moose, we've been a loyal servant of a god, specifically of rebirth. Also fire and rage. And you're right, if anyone can survive, it's Hex. But... fucking yard. Would this be a good point to bring our adventures to a close? Because I'm dealing with the death of a Hex here! We finally made it out! And it was the curse of the half-truths! They were the orb!
I think this is probably a good point to call it for a close.
Oh, just... oh, fucking yo. Fuck you, orb. Fucking orb. That's what I get for not pondering my orb today. Oh. No, Fred, the idea of a zombie Hex scares me. That's the one entity that we just go, nah, alright, campaign over. Zombie Hex wins. Yeah, and sorry, we can definitely try and contact the Queen. Because if we've been played, has she been played as well? Is she part of Delpha's fuckery? Unwittingly. Is she unwittingly part of this chaos? And we have a god of the hunt. Because Yul was saying, you know, you'll know a bunch of specialists. It's like, we know a bunch of pirates who specialize in Leviathan hunting. Well, I've got an axe with a hunting god in it. And just being like, look, I'm not saying that you owe us. I'm not demanding, I'm asking. Can you kill the thing that took our beloved friend from us, you know? And so, Moose, you're right that the Delpha stripping Shazu of power, like, Delpha may have been able to pull one over on the Queen of Embers for sure. We do know that the Queen's power is definitely real. Yeah, Dorcas, I think on the goals list, killing Delpha as hard as we can is definitely up there. Oh. Anyway, all of you, a cracking fucking session. Oh. I'm glad I got booze already. I don't have to go out and get it. Oh.
So we're ready to go through the end of session notes?
Hells to the hell yes. I feel we're getting towards... We're almost getting to the point of clearing these. Oh.
I think at this point we're very close to at least getting the stat guesses, but you still get points for the other stuff.
Oh.
So.
Okay. So for those of you, this is your first Memnol, the way it works is that Baron doesn't assign XP based on like kills or quests.
I mean, I also get it on kills, just you get additional.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know
at the end of session.
Oh, God. Fucking heck.
So, like, if you kill a zombie, you'll get the XP for that. But then at the end of the session, you get to answer questions, and if you role played yes, no, whatever, you get XP for that.
So, first up, did we learn something new or important about the world? Did we? I mean, we returned to it.
This is where you get to rules lawyer.
Yeah.
Like, did you learn something new about the world? And you have to tell me, what did you learn new about the world?
I can't think of anything, friend. Oh, Fred, you bastard! You're right, Moose. We did learn of another old god who is in fact awake. Well, he did kind of tell us, you know.
I mean, you still got there and found out about it, so I'll give you that.
Okay. Did we overcome a notable obstacle? I mean, either the ego version of Duke the Duke or getting out of the labyrinth, your choice. Those feel like, you know, part and parcel. But we got out. And we didn't... did we gain anything?
So I'll give you one for the overcome the monster or an enemy.
Yep. Did we gain
Did you gain anything?
Apart from a sweet cloak, I don't think so. Like, we made it out, certainly, but, you know, we didn't come out armed with... You know, what did we gain? We gained a good respite of a piss up, some cake, a fancy sweet cloak that does need a pirate hat. Oh, Lyris, the upgraded axe. Yeah, and friends with the Minotaur. Does that count as something like the axe unlocked and Minotaur friend?
You know, between those two, I'll say yes.
Okay. Now comes the meaty stuff. So, personality traits, ideals, bonds, flaws, and goals. So, if we go over to Emberlyn, so going down the lists. So, personality traits, kind to the kind. I mean, we helped Gale out just on a feckin' reflex. I think we were good.
I'll give you that one.
Loyalty to the Queen of Embers. There wasn't really anything we did in her name.
Yeah, not necessarily.
For this one, I don't think we can claim. It's not that we were unloyal, but we didn't do anything to.
Yeah, you didn't do anything specific.
Yeah, and in fact, instead of rushing out of the labyrinth, we did take a respite. So, smiles blazing. Okay. I feel like we came real close, but the Duke's bullshit was just too close to making us twitch. We weren't very polite with the Minotaur and with Barrow. But
that wasn't necessarily smiles blazing, in my opinion.
Okay.
Like, you were smiles forced, and then smiles cautious.
Yeah.
You weren't. I am confident as fuck.
Yeah. Wraith, the Space Jam low 5 slam dunk to solve a puzzle, while awesome, I don't think that puts us over.
Yeah.
Lyris, no! Fuck! God, I'm gonna get hex jokes now till the next session. I'll probably for forever, considering how long the Hannah jokes go. I can't believe you opened this episode with Hex is dead! You fucking bastard! Baron! Baron, you bastard!
I feel like if I don't have you call me a bastard in a session, I failed.
In terms of Vengeful Pyromaniac, I do feel like we passed that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, that's 500 XP, plus you get 3 stack S's.
Okay.
Normally we do chat gets 2, you get 1, but honestly that's up to you.
I'm happy to let your lovely selves... I'm still kind of reeling from Hex. Like, friends, we're all in the same space. We're all yelling like, nah, he's fine. But what if he's not? What if he's not?
I think this might be... I think we're really close to just running out all of the stats.
Yeah.
So this might be one of the last sessions that we give stack S's.
Fred's determination to make zombie Hex a thing is... Like, I called you a friend, Fred. Being a monstrous terror. Dorja says we have 3 episodes worth of proficiencies left, so we could start working down them. Like, this is probably the point where, like, D&D as a system is showing its, kind of its last gasps.
Yeah, and also this is me trying to fucking ROM hack a thing.
Raid saying, wait, isn't Zomhex the cure in the Dead Rising games? Oh, Moose, we are having a big old chat with the Queen. You know it. Fred, why you like this? It's Blazeball all over again. Hex is the new hot dog fingers. So you know what? Dorcas wanted to just like go for a scatter shot, and Dorcas, considering the amount of notes that you keep, like I think it's worth going. So Dorcas wants to go for the triple shot. I'm going to allow it. So for both history, survival, and nature, Emberlyn Burns is not proficient. History.
That's all three of your guesses?
Survival and nature. Yeah, so we're gonna scattershot him. Yeah, Dolchus, let's go. I'm still reeling from Hex Nose, so like I'm going to go drink after this episode. All right.
History, survival, and nature.
Not proficient.
Those are your final, like, that you're just gonna scattershot those three?
Yep. Broadside.
Change to like.
Yo ho.
In history, survival, and nature,
Oh my god.
you are not proficient.
Yay!
So total, you get 800 XP.
Yeah. So that's 800 total, right?
800 total.
How do I do maths? So it's 9750 plus 800. Excuse me, does one of you know how to do math numbers? Otherwise, I'm just going to bring up the calculator because my brain's all about sadness right now.
Just do Windows calculator.
I think I'm gonna. As we play, are you faster than a calculator? Alright, we're at 10,550 XP.
I think that's either just shy of or you just hit a level. I forget.
It hasn't come up with the auto leveling thing, but I don't know how.
Okay, then it's probably just shy of. I think it's 12 is the next one.
Yeah. Emberlyn grows ever
But,
stronger. Oh, bleed Nora, what a show! Not only do I get my D&D fix, but I get to have it with all of you lot. Baron has continued to be feckin' brilliant. Like, feckin' thank you, dude.
I try. I fail most of the time, but I try.
I would thoroughly disagree. But then that's the difference between being on this side of the screen and the other, am I right?
Yeah.
Friends, to all of you who have joined us today, thank you. I hope you've had a cracking time.
Also, yes, Dorch, you're correct. Thank you for calling me that. For killing Duke the Duke, you got
Ooh.
450 XP.
Oh, wow. He was a
Thank you for calling me that.
meaty bastard.
He's a CR2. It's half of the thing you should have fought.
So that you said 450, right?
Yep.
So that puts us up to a neat 11k.
No, look at that. Thank you for reminding me. I've got a lot of shit going on.
Yeah.
So thank you for reminding me on the things.
So yeah, everybody, thank you kindly. I'm gonna roll credits in just a second, but no, this was feckin' cracking, and I realise now perhaps we should have messed with the goose more, but we didn't end up goose murdered. And we did create a situation where the next person dropped into that situation is going to have a nice clean run of things straight to the goose, or more likely they're going to end up on the other side of the goose with the hearth on the other side. And no, we should not have shot that goose, because that's when we find out it is an interdimensional entity that stalks us through space and time. Like. I'm not saying I'm paranoid, but Goose. But yes, no, all of you, thank you so much. I really hope you had a cracking day, alright? To those of you that threw in, I am exceedingly grateful. I am exceedingly grateful. Sorry, that sounded really fucking contrite. Friends, I hope you had a good time. Baron, mate, thank you for all the time you're putting in on this. I know I am the worst person to get hold of these days outside of actually talking to on stream, and I am sorry about that. But it won't be forever. It won't be forever. Right. But yes, to that end, these are the people I wish to thank directly. Because I forgot to push the credits button when I started waffling. I am very sorry. So yes, first up, friendos. All of you that have chucked bits in, I'm exceedingly grateful, you lovely McHubbards. So to Lyris Dragon, Sorry Greenfire, Wolfprad, Bacon Avenger, and J-Post, you feckin' legends. Thank you. Your moderator today was Caffeine, Lizzie T. Power, and Rhymes with Moose, Squad, and Elseni, and Nikki Six when you follow peoples, who will hopefully join us for future Memnals or otherwise. And to AR Alnis, the friendly neighborhood Lucifer. I'm sorry, I've got to keep making that Spider-Man reference. That is legally obliging. Renmon, Kenjidaro, Geratanium, Snooze Barracks, Hero in the Bird, Nalroth, Jum, Rainier and Pixel Paradiso. Whether you were tagged by House Carl or celebrating massive long sprees, fecking thank you, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Right, I'll be back on Tuesday. Cos indeed. Sorry, thank you for the 200. Fucking terrors. Friends, I will be back on Tuesday and I hope to have the schedule up and running. Yeah, next week we've definitely got the returning adventures of both Hades and Unmetal. So I've got to decide whether other days they like. And Lyris, you're entirely welcome. And Dorcas, yeah, again, from myself and all of us, Baron, thank you so much, mate. Right. Friends, have a cracking weekend. Drink well, be merry, get some sleep, and I'll see you soon. Good night, friends.